Ortiz in his Grand Prix. Caroline German in the Fool's Gold Firebird. 15 hundredths of a second. Going to be the handicap head start going to the left-hand side of the racetrack for Luis Ortiz. Off and away we go. Caroline leaving the gold dust sitting behind her. Wins black, Caroline German. How about 962 on the 960 dial? Luis Ortiz gets down there first by 700ths of a second and goes 975 on a 976 dial. Missed it by that much. And Caroline German. We'll move on into round number 3. Bring up Jeff Taylor in the Dakota truck, 908 the dial, and how about the C10 pickup truck for Rocky Nelson? Dial 1087 in the battle of the pickups. Who will pick up the win line in round number 2? It's going to be Jeff Taylor. 909 on the 908 dial, 1095 on the 1087 for Rocky Nelson. Better combination right there was going to be Jeff Taylor's. Man out of Forest Grove, Oregon. We'll move on into round number 3. Jacob Trammell. Luigi Panunzio going to be our next two out. Luigi over there on the right-hand side in his S-Dime, dial 1226. Trammell in the Malibu, dial 1078. And we are off and away. Reaction times separated by 400ths of a second. How about 004 on the reaction time for Luigi Panunzio? Goes 1234 on a 1226 dial. Jacob Trammell 044 green and goes down and breaks out. That was just not a pretty run right there for Jacob Trammell. Luigi Panunzio gets it done. Bring up Tina Summerton and Jeremy Blyler as our next two. 72 Cutlass and Novas. 1099 for Tina, 920 the dial for Blyler. Wheels up for Tina. Not as big wheels up for Blyler. Tina Summerton in the Oldsmobile. Gonna get down there. Break out. 1098 on a 1099 after having the reaction time advantage. Jeremy Blyler going to turn on the win light, 923 on a 920 dial. Bring up Darren Taylor and Richard Price. Darren Taylor, the first gen Firebird, dialed 864, giving the head start to Richard Price and his 70 Chevelle. And Richard Price goes 026 red. Darren Taylor, 157 in the reaction time, gets away with that. 1052 after turning it red for Richard Price. 858 on an 864 for Darren Taylor. Bring up Jackson Burgess. His 01 Trans Am, dial 1312. Mike Dyes GTO, dial 1055. Let's go ahead and get Brian Peterson Small Tire. Brian Peterson Small Tire. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Jeff Rates over there on the left-hand side, the 67 Mustang, dial 1110. Dwayne Lyle. Gonna turn on the win light as Jeff Ratz. Goes 16th out red. Dwayne Lyle going to move on 1033 on a 1039 dial. I'll bring up Will Goods. 66 Chevelle. The Cheeto Mobile. Dial 1043. Mike Pananzio in the Camaro, dial 1054. Will Good goes red by 27th thou. Mike Pananzio, 010 reaction time, goes 1051 at 127 miles an hour. Bring up Darwin LaFord and Candy Larson. Darwin, in his 1973 Camaro, dialed 1062. Candy Larson's 66 Acadian. Over there on the right-hand side, dialed 1104. And we're off and away. Candy Larson out in front at about 8th mile. Can she hold on down to the finish line? Win light. Gonna go Darwin LaFord. 1064 and a 1062 dial. Got there first by 16 thou. 1105 on the 1104 for Candy Larson. That was a difference in reaction time pretty much. Of Jake Tynes. Mike Bolton as our next two. Bolton's 98 Mustang. Slammed down to the ground out 1025. Jake Tynes Z28 Camaro out 1430. And the Z28 goes red by, well, a few numbers. Mike Bolton goes exactly the same reaction time with turn green. That's the key difference right there. 1035 on a 1025 for Mike Bolton. And now Placerville will move on into round number 3 later on today. Bring up Karen Mohoff and Jeff Dye. Mohoff. New Gen Camaro out 1025. Going to be chasing down the 63 Nova out 1060. Cannot get it done. 1064 on a 1060 for Jeff Dye. Had the reaction time advantage by a few numbers. Karen Mohoff goes 1028 on a 1025. Preston Elmer's 06 Charger down 895. Chris Pinner 66 Nova. Orange with the white rally stripes, style 970. I believe we're getting a report of maybe some fluid on the top end of the racetrack, so we're going to take a double check before we send the next pair down the racetrack. While we got a quiet little moment here on the racetrack, final call, racingjunk.com box. Final call. RacingJunk.com box to lanes 7 and 8, please. Final call, RacingJunk.com box. Taking to lane 7 and 8, please. Final call, RacingJunk.com box to lane 7 and 8, please. And while we have a quiet moment, we all know that this is sadly going to be the main elimination day here at the Strip of Las Vegas for Gateway Classic Cars, Street Cars, Super Nationals 20, presented by Fuel Tech. Just want to give a heads up to everybody. All rigs must be out of the pits by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have an event coming out next weekend, so we need everybody to leave the pits tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you are one of those racers who is wanting to stay for our Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals here next week, we still need you to have you go out and park outside in front of the credential building. You guys can park out there. But we need everybody out of the pits by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning so we can clean and reset for next weekend. So again, if you're allowed to stay tonight, just please, everybody, just make sure that you guys are all hitting the road, rolling on out here before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All rigs must be out of the pits by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That way we can get our next event, get reset, ready to go. Yeah, we still got a lost phone up here, so if you are missing your cell phone, let's see here, we got some Snapchat, Facebook notifications. All your Snapchat friends are trying to talk to you. Yeah, if you are missing your cell phone, probably come up to check out and see me. I'll happily give it back to you. You might find some pictures of some fat kid on there. Might be me or Chad. But if you are missing your cell phone, please come into the tower and see me. Get final call, racingjunk.com box. For round number 2, final call, racingjunk.com box. Round number 2 to lanes 7 and 8, please. So here we go. Again, Preston Elmer over there on the left-hand side, dialed 895 in the Charger. Chris Printer's Nova, going to be dialed 970. We're on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. And a red light start for Preston Elmer by 26th out. Win light going to go to Chris Printer. 965 on the 970 dial. 138 speed. Now we'll bring up Lil Joy Austin. Steve Kim, now Woodburn. And that thing is just wicked cool. Extra points for the dry hops. Don Horn over there on the left-hand side, the 68 Camaro. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Austin is going to be tracking down the A-body. Steve Canton rolls through the beams before his side of the tree comes down. Don Horn going to move on. All right, we're going to make it a first call for Brian Peterson Small Tire. Brian Peterson Small Tire, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire, we'll take you to the lanes now, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire to the back of the lanes, please. Ryan Edwards, Bryce Sanders going to be our next two. Win light. I'm going to go Ryan Edwards. She's 58 green on the tree. Goes 1047 on the 1028. Bryce Sanders. Wait on the tree. Brian Peterson Small Tire to the back of the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire will take you to the back of the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire to the back of the lanes, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire will take you to the back of the staging lanes, please, for round number 3. Brian Peterson Small Tire, round 3, to the back of the lanes, please. Josh Edwards. Isaac Hawks, going to be our next two. Isaac in the Challenger, dialed 1328. Wicked Nova Wagon, dialed 1169 for Josh Edwards. Turning the track down the other end of the racetrack. Win lag, going to go Josh Edwards, 1190 on the 1169, got there first. Isaac Cox was late on the tree, goes 1338 on the 1328 dial. Is going to be our next two out. Luther, the vinyl top Camaro dial 1050. And the win light, Luther Walker 1059 on a 1050 dial. Kyle Hawker late on the tree, goes 961 on a 953 dial. I'll bring up Jaden Hawker, the wicked cool 70 CUDA. And I am, as you all know, the Mopar freak up here in the tower. I'm the hippie. And when you put throwback through the steam down the side here, 71 foot, oh my goodness. Woohoo! Feeling all ticklish inside. Feel the butterflies coming out. Jaden Hawker, Wellsville, Utah, 1140 the dial. John Carvalho, the 68 Camaro, going to be dialed 996. Going to see that beautiful CUDA out in front of him for a long time. Jaden Hawker's probably going to try and distract him with that beautiful paint job and go, just look at it, just look at it. I'm going to take the stripe first, just look at it. Aha! I tricked you. I made you go red. Jaden Hawker going to go turn his side of the tree green. Carvalho goes red by 28 thou. 1135 on the 1140 dial, and Jaden Hawker will come back around, and I will get another beautiful look at that race car when it sits right here next to the tower under the arch. Bring up Fidel Smith. Michael Hadrith as our next two. Hadrith, just saw him get the buy run in his Mustang Madness entry. He dialed 1023 right here. Once again in the pits. Attention racers. Brian Peterson small tire. Brian Peterson small tire. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Brian Peterson small tire. Take you to the back of the lanes with your pairings, please. Win lane gonna go to Michael Hadrith. Fidel Smith 1407 on the 1459 dial. Bring up Ty Boyle, Chloe Lippin. That's our next two. Boyle in the 86 El Camino, dialed 14 seconds. Chloe in the dragster, going to be dialed 972. Going to see that El Camino jump out there for a way long time. And then we got our buy run. Chloe Lippin trying to track down the El Camino. Pulling up alongside at about 1,100 feet. Win like Chloe Lippin, 976 on the 972 dial. Ty Boyle late on the tree. It was 1405 on a 14 flat dial. Now we'll bring up our last car for no box. David Trammell. Casa Grande, Arizona is where he will call home. For the 63 Nova, dialed 1012. Goes 0-2 early on the reaction time. It's a good thing it's a buy run for him. 1013 at 130. To wrap up, Calvert Racing No Box. We got Fleet Speed Open Com rolling out from under the arch. Again, Brian Peterson, small tire. Brian Peterson, small tire. We'll take you to the back of the lanes for your pairings, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. We'll take you to the back of the lanes for your pairings, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. To the back of the lanes for your pairings, please.
So rolling our way through in open comp, Tana Taylor and Luis Ortiz. The indexes are up on the board. Luis out of the left lane with a 975 index, and Tana with a 1032. Win light's going to turn on for Ortiz. He is going to end up running 976 on that 975. Had a 136 reaction time. Tana Taylor had the 265 light, and then ends up going 1027 on that 1032 dial. So Tana breaking it out down at the top end. Gives the win light over to Luis, and we are going to finish off with a couple of solo shots here. Dennis Hilliard was going to take on James Knight. James Knight, a no-show here in round number 3 of Open Comp. So continuing to roll through open comp, we've got John Shelderon. Was going to take on Buzz Nielsen. Shelderon with a 926 index. Good morning, everybody who's listening in on the live feed. Thanks to Holly. Thanks to Molly. Thanks to Artex Racing. Thanks to Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium, Redline, Raz Construction, SRT Truck Repair, Jansen Racing, and RPM. Appreciate you guys being out here helping us keep the live feed going. And for those of you that are watching along, remember Chad yesterday said this. I can't remember exactly what the number was, and I'll verify with him when I get the chance. But we want to get those likes up on the live feed today. We want to get the likes up on the live feed. We've had, what should I say? Consistently, that's the word I'm looking for. Consistently, 1,000 people or so watching along with us every day on the live feed. We need to get things up there on the likes. I've already logged in and hit my like button. Hopefully you all do the same as Dennis Sato gets the win like. Jacob Trammell turned it red by 0.005 of a second. Sato was going to be red by 2,000. But Trammell moved first, turned on the red light, handed the win light over to Dennis Sato. Sato ends up running 10:24 on a 10:22. So for all of you in the chat bleachers on the Bank Shift live feed, it is a beautiful morning. That's right, Shasta. It was 1,000. We got to get those likes up. So as you are logging in, make sure that you hit the like button. Get the likes up there because Chad was going to do some whole big thing for the folks on the live feed. It was going to be a giveaway. If you do your part, we will do our part. I promise, I promise. We are rolling into our RacingJunk.com box category. This is round number 2. We got through round 1 last night. And the buyback round. Got that taken care of as John DeYoung. Speaking of the Artex Racing team, he's one of the folks that helped put a Canadian contingency together to help sponsor the live feed. He's rolling up in the right side. Dialed in at 5:48. Nick Presimone has said his car is going to run 5.72 seconds in the Nova. We'll see who gets to walk away from this thing advancing. It's going to be Nick. 575 on a 572. Presimone was 0.23 on the tree. John DeYoung was 24 green, so 1,000th of a second separated them at this end of the racetrack. DeYoung gets there first by 63 thousandths of a second and breaks out by 37 thousandths. Running 5:45 on a 5:48. We'll bring up David Phillips and Troy Hawker. Phillips driving the Challenger. That car out of North Las Vegas, dialed in at 660. Thank you very much, Jagster Jet. Appreciate you clicking it twice and one more. I mean, shoot, just in the moment here, we jumped from like 60 likes to 116. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. Oh, win light's going to belong to Troy Hawker as David Phillips turned it red. Went red by exactly 1/10 of a second. Troy Hawker was green by 1/10 of a second. Runs 5:21 on a 5:22. So Hawker advancing into round number 3 of the RacingJunk.com box category. And it looks like we should have our Brian Peterson small tire. Brian Peterson small tire. You should be making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Scott Taylor, Al Aguirre. Aguirre with problems in the pickup truck. Scott Taylor is going to go 663 on a 661 after an 039 reaction time. But Aguirre's truck, I believe it did it yesterday too, just didn't move. Sat there and just decided it wasn't going to go. Nope, nope, nope. So the win light to Scott Taylor as Ann Glembecki. It's Anne-Marie Glembecki and Skylar Cerny. Skylar Cerny dialed in at 541 as we do battle with the dragsters. Glenn Baki rolling up left side, 494. The dial in for the dragster out of Meridian, Idaho. And we've still got this, somebody lost their dipstick. Somebody lost their dipstick. It is a homemade dipstick. It is a wooden dowel. Winlight's going to belong to Ann Glembaki on a 494 dial. She's going to run 496 after being 085 on the tree. Skylar Cerny let go of the button and turned out it was 0.005 of a second too soon. 005 red for Skylar. And then goes ahead and legs it out. Goes 545 on a 541 as we bring out Steve Demon and Daryl Wirtz. Daryl left side. Another of the Idaho-based cars down here running in this weekend's Streetcar Super Nationals 20 presented by Gateway Classic Cars. We had a great opportunity to talk to the folks at Gateway yesterday a couple of times. Find out all about what they do. And I mean, if you are looking for a classic car, if you are looking for your dream car, they are totally the people that you want to talk to. 30 red for Steve Demon. And goes 499 on a 495. Daryl Wirtz is credited with the win after being 13 green. And then runs 454 on a 455. So the win was decided when they left the starting line at this end of the racetrack. Steve's out. Daryl moves on as Greg Sabatino and Sasha Cerny will be our next pair to do battle. They will battle it out. Sabatino in the 63 pickup truck. That's like everybody in Idaho got together and carpooled down here. What was that great old song? About convoy. Convoy, that's it. We got a convoy going. I just want to know who was Rubber Duck in the Idaho convoy. That's right, Rubber Duck. 659 on a 652. Sabatino is going to win that one. Sasha Cerny was 49 green. Sabatino was 17 thousandths of a second better than that with an 032 light. Then runs 659 on a 652 to be 700ths of a second ahead. Sasha's car did not cooperate. Sasha had a plan. Sasha's car did not stick to the plan. Ends up running 518 on a 494. I'm going to bring up Terry Souza and Marvia Hawker. How about Marvia? Terry Souza was 43 green. Marvia Hawker was 43 thousandths of a second better than that. Trip zip perfect bowl, but for Marvia Hawker, as she goes 486 on the 481 dial. All right, racers, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Red Tide Canopies, triple index. Red Tide Canopies, triple index. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Red Tide Canopies, triple index. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Triple, triple, triple. Come on down. Triple index. That's who we're looking for. Yes, Rod, the Hawkers, not only did they bring me a treat, Murray brought me 4 bags. 4 bags of really, really, really good cookies. Yep, 4 bags of Fudgios. I'm not going to say how many are left right now. It's not many. It's not many. Scott Robinson gets the win light. The Chilliwack, British Columbia-based dragster on a 513 dial, ends up running 532 after being 218 green. Evie Myers is going to be looking at that one going, ooh, I let that one get away. Evie was 27 on the tree to Scott's 2+ reaction time. Evie then goes 683 on a 685 dial and had enough, we'll just say enough room. But yes, I might have received 4 bags of Fudgios. And I might be down to 1.5 bags. Now, granted, that's not like in the last day. He brought it to me last time. Yes, the answer is yes, that was a junior. It was a junior comp car, which typically are powered by motorcycle engines that when they are racing in competition amongst themselves, they run on a 690 index. So yeah, that was a junior comp car. Mike Kenworthy, Paisley Price. Price in the dragster on the right side. Getting used to this car. She graduated out of the junior program, multiple-time track champion in each of her categories. Now trying to play it safe in Super Pro, and will do just that. How about 13 dead 5? Wasn't she like 10 total yesterday or 8 total yesterday? She is knocking it out of the park in that car. Just like automatic adjustment. You're like, oh, I'm in this car now? Okay, I'll be fine. Oh, I'm in this car now? Okay, I'll be fine. And I'm going to say this not to pick on her in any way whatsoever, but for those of you that know Paisley, standing next to the car, I think the scoop of the dragster is taller than she is. She's one of those girls that qualifies as petite. Like very petite. But an absolute sweetheart. Awesome, awesome person. Parker Aguirre's and Neil Presimone. Presimone left side. Aguirre, speaking of another of the graduates of the junior dragster program here at the Strip, Parker found a lot of success behind the wheel of the smaller cars before he and the family decided it was time to move up into the big car. And there you go. 486 on a 484. Parker 12 green. Neil Presimone had an 041 reaction time. He goes 501 on a 500. And comes up 19 thousandths of a second behind Parker at the finish line. That'll bring up Derek Shirk out of Langley, British Columbia. Appreciate the kind words from yesterday and today already on the live feed. Yes, I agree. Derek Shirk is Mr. Titanium Auto Group. There we go. So another one of the guys that helped come together, like in the Beatles song, come together, to make this happen. Dean Bush turns it red by 12 thousandths of a second, and then lifts up out of the throttle and coast down to 502. But Dean's red light gave Mr. Titanium Auto Group, Derek Shirk, the opportunity to advance. He is 36 green and then goes 5 flat on a 5 flat. Dead on the dial. I'm dead on Derek. So Derek got it taken care of as Rod Thomas and Anthony Katnick. This is a cool set of cars, man. 69 Dart going up against the Falcon. 545 cubic inches for the Falcon over the left side and a 5.80 second dial. Anthony Katnick with a 5.53 second dial. Katnick will give up the head start to the Falcon. Once again, Red Tide Canopies triple index. Red Tide Canopies triple index. We are looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Anthony Katnick turns it red. We've seen way too many red lights to start off the day. Red is not allowed. But for some reason, we keep doing it. Anthony, 38 red, goes 672 down at the big end of the racetrack. Rod Thomas in the Falcon was 002. And then goes 592 on a 580 as Gary White and Jeremy Plyer are going to be our next two. All right. So according to what I'm seeing, we are at a 140 likes. We are still a little bit short of our 1,000 like mark. We are up to 534 people watching. That's what I'm seeing on my screen. It may be slightly different, but that's what I'm seeing on my screen. Okay, now we're up to 555 people watching and 142 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Win like belongs to Jeremy Plyer. How about Gary White jumped Jeremy Plyer, ended up with an LB3A. Left before third amber, Gary White was red. That was one of those races where you're looking at it going, who wants to lose it more? They both tried. Gary ended up just getting the jump on Jeremy Plyer. Plyer gets the win light, moves on as Harvey Ellison and Candy Larson. Larson in the Acadian, Ellison in the Nova. 694 the dial for Candy, off and away we go. Harvey Ellison with a 634 dial. Winner, gonna be Candy Larson. 76 green and dead on 2. Candy gets the win light. Harvey Ellison was 635 on a 634. Unfortunately for Harvey, well, what did we say yesterday, right? Circular numbers to start your reaction time are good. Straight numbers are Squiggly numbers are not so great. Harvey's reaction time started with an angular number. There were a lot of angles in Harvey's first number in his reaction time, and that proved to be very costly as Mitchell Marcy and John Carvalho Jr. Carvalho in the Camaro, dialed in at 640, gets the head start. Mitch Marcy didn't wait long enough. Mitch is going to be mad. He's going to be mad, Mitch. Mad's going to look at John's reaction time, which started with a curvy number. Carvalho goes 639 on a 640. So his reaction time started with a curvy number, and Mitch Marcy went red by 12 thousandths of a second. 012 red for Mitch. Carvalho was 202 on the tree. Win light goes to Carvalho as Nicole Dixon and Aiden Catney will be our next two. All right, so the likes have climbed to 166. The number of people watching has climbed to just about 580. Just about 580. So there we go. Let's see. I've seen a lot of the regulars popping into the chat bleachers so far. See a lot of folks starting to file their way into the grandstands as we are continuing our way through rounds like 2, 3, and beyond of eliminations for each of our categories here at Streetcar Super Nationals 20, presented by Gateway Classic Cars. The Aiden 19 green and 584 on a 584. 19 and dead on 7 for Aiden Catney, gets the win light. Nicole Dixon was 14 green, so was right there with him at the hit, but then ends up running 505 on a 504. Good side-by-side drag race between Dixon and Catney. And that's going to bring out Cooper Chun and Darren Taylor. Cooper coming in out of Washington. Vancouver, Washington. 509 the dial for Cooper in the dragster, and Darren Taylor coming in out of Rigby, Idaho in that 1969 Firebird. What a cool thing. 550 is the dial for Darren. 509 is the dial for Cooper. And at this end of the racetrack, these two are separated by 7 thousandths of a second. Cooper is going to go 509 on a 509 and turn on the scoreboard on his side of the racetrack. 29 green and dead on 7 for Cooper Chun is 36 total. Darren Taylor had an 036 reaction time. Taylor would have had to go down and go 5500 to have a shot at turning on that scoreboard, but ended up running 548 on the 550. Breaks out for the loss on his trip down the racetrack, and that is going to bring up Tristan Craig and John Tabak. John, who came up here yesterday, spent a little bit of time on the microphone, hanging out with us, called some of the action in Mustang Madness and all of that kind of stuff. So again, Red Tide Canopies, triple index. Red Tide Canopies, triple index. We should have you, please. Let's go ahead and get Super Index headed this direction, please. Super Index. Want to get you headed to the back of the lanes, please. Super Index. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you are on standby. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you are on standby. Super Index, Super Index. Let's get you headed to the lanes, please. Super Index, need you to the staging lanes. And racers, just so you are aware, when we do call you, we will need you. So we'd ask that you please be ready when you hear those lane calls. Let's get you headed this way. John Tabak has problems with the truck. It just didn't want to go. He let go and the truck went, "Ugh." You know what, he kind of feel. I'm sure the truck kind of feels like a lot of us that are working here at the track. It's like it's Sunday morning and it went, "Ugh. Nope. Nope, 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 nope." You ever seen that meme of like the polar bear that's dragging its front legs behind it, pushing itself along with its rear end in the air on its back legs?
Yes.
That's kind of how I felt this morning getting out of bed.
I did too. I'm officially old, so I wake up before my alarm every single day. This morning was not one of those days. This morning I woke up and was like, what's that noise? Oh, that would be my phone squawking at me over here. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that Nate has been telling you this all morning already, but we so appreciate you guys. I just had a wonderful conversation with John and Brent Calvert, and you know, they just are reiterating the thing we've heard from so many of you guys, and it is so appreciated on just how great this event has you know, evolved into. It's never been more appropriate for a 20th anniversary event than to have one at this level, and you guys are awesome. We so appreciate you guys being here, and coming when we call you to the lanes, and having fun racing and enjoying yourselves, because, you know, as I've said a lot of times, we're not saving the world, we're not curing cancer, we're out here having a good time and enjoying our racing families, and hopefully putting on a show for some fans, and it really does mean the world to us. So, you know, thank you again so much for coming out. We really, really appreciate it. John Calvert, if you could come back to the tower. John Calvert, if you could come back to the tower and see Mel Roth. John Calvert, if you could come back up and see Mel Roth. He wanted to talk to you for a minute. Again, John Calvert, if you could come back up to the tower and talk to Mel Roth, that would be great. Johnny Coleman in the right lane down there. Man, that Camaro is going to be hard to beat. That thing is flying out here. Eric Outland gave it all he had, there is no doubt, and he was there with him. If Johnny had any kind of issue, he was going to drive around him, but Johnny Coleman getting the win light. John Calvert, yes, we need you to the tower, please. John Calvert, we need you to the tower, please.
He's like, but I was just there. I was just there. So we are into our Brian Peterson small tire category. We just saw Johnny Coleman advance around Eric Outland. We're down to 9 in small tire in round number 3. So as Johnny Coleman gets the win, I'll bring up Mark Meyering and Sean Letson. Letson, the Mustang, out of Spokane, Washington, over to the right side. Meyering out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Who gets to move on to the round of 5? Oh! Mark Meyering leaves the line first, runs into trouble, smokes the tires, has to get out of the throttle, and Sean Letson drives by. Ooh. Mark Meyering, from what I could see up here at this angle, got a jump on him like massive. Like off the starting line, Meyering was half a car length ahead until the rear tires decided that they were no longer going to adhere to the racing surface.
I hate it when that happens.
Yes. Hate it. Like in the morning when my feet decide that they're no longer going to adhere to the floor and I fall down. That's a terrible thing.
That was just me.
Nope. Nope, that's old guy issues.
So George Ragosa out of Orland, which is up near Sacramento, and Mike Orban out of Grass Valley, which is sort of north and on the other side of Sacramento.
All right, Big Tire, Big Tire. Hughes Performance, Big Tire. Let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Hughes Performance, Big Tire, round number 3. Let's go. We'll get you up here, and we'll also take Pro 275. Pro 275, come on down. Big Tire and Pro at 275. Whoa, Mike Orban's car.
Wow.
Well, it didn't go.
No, that thing
It started
lit the
to go.
tires up and it went left. And clearly he thinks something broke and he would know. Great job, Mike Orban. Thank you so much. Pulling over there, trying to get out of the racing surface. Weston is walking over there to him and says, I don't see much. So let's see here. Mike Orban, you are awesome. Thank you so much for pulling over. He's taking a look under the car, making sure that's just not what that car's been doing.
No.
So when it does that, you go, wait, something's got to be wrong here.
Kind of that goofy move. Something wrong here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See? Mike Orban.
Dude, doing exactly what he needed to do. If your car does something it normally does not do, pulling over is great. There is no fluid on the racetrack at all. Orban's car still running. He fired it right back up. He's going to go down the racetrack. And that was all about thinking about his fellow racers, and that is absolutely what we appreciate. Thank you.
100% agree.
Again, John Calvert, if you could come up to the tower, we would appreciate it. John Calvert.
Hi, John. Come on in here for a second.
I let you leave and I didn't know something that was happening, so it's my fault.
Well,
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know if it's your birthday.
But we're going to put you on the spot.
We are.
We're going to put you on the spot here real quick. Question. How many years have we been doing Streetcar Super Nationals? 20. How many
sharp.
years?
He's sharp.
How many years have you been working with Mel on this event?
This event?
Since 20 of them.
Yeah.
Of all of the sponsors that Mel has ever had that sponsored his race, what sponsor number are you?
I don't know.
Okay. I figured at some point we'd get to the trivia questions. The answer is you are sponsor number 1.
Oh, really?
When Mel decided that he wanted to start putting these events together, the first guy to jump on board, to
Yeah.
partner with him, to share the dream, and to
Yeah.
know that it could turn into something spectacular was you, sir.
Yeah.
With that, I'm going to let Mel tell you the rest of why we've called you back up here.
All right.
John, when I decided to do the PSCA 25 years ago, you were my first sponsor. He was in my town, so it was a little easier to get that. Stuck with me through the years,
Yeah.
and it's just been an amazing partnership. We love the family. We love when you guys come out, your boys and everything. We have an award that we started giving out a couple years ago.
Oh.
Okay, and that award is the Armin Magdessian Ambassador of our sport.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay. Now, I know you were close with Armin because Armin was a lease free car. It was a Calvert car.
Yes.
And
Yep.
I just, be honest with you, I just don't know who else in this sport that has put in so much effort. An NHRA world champion and just the most likable guy in the pits.
Besides you.
Besides me. Besides me. I guess I should have been looking at Scott over here.
You said likable.
Likable. So, but yes, John, you're such special to us, and we'd like to have you this award to cherish. So,
Thanks a lot. Wow, that means a lot to me, Mel. Thank you.
I appreciate that,
I really
John.
do, and I appreciate our partnership over the years. Wonderful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That's awesome. Thank you, John. Absolutely. Thanks, John. Nate over here. We have.
And it really makes a difference.
Yeah, that was all that for us, the joy of All right, so I know it's been kind of quiet up here on the mic for a minute, but, you know, we were calling Mr. Calvert up here and said, hey, man, we need you up here, That is because Mel just presented the Armin Magdessian Ambassador of our Sport Award for the 2020 Streetcar Super Nationals to Calvert because, well, it's just the right thing to do. I mean, you talk about an ambassador to the sport, that embodies it right there.
Absolutely. The Calvert family, just great people. And I didn't know the whole deal of him being the, first sponsor until Mel came up and told us that. And that's fun. This event, again, is all about relationships and all of these people that have come up here and are racing, in their 5th, 10th, 15th, or in a lot of cases, 20th Streetcar Super Nationals. It's awesome. We appreciate you, John, and the kind words mean a lot to us. Really, they do. And, we have a lot of fun up here. And Nate, John, when he came up a little bit ago, he goes, man, you and Nate are awesome. He says, Nate's got that just smooth and calm. And he goes, and then you're you.
Well, you're you.
And I appreciate that, and you know how much I enjoy working with you guys. But the reality is, when we have racers that are good and having fun and engaged, and sponsors that are the same way, and staff, it's impossible not to have a good event when you have the right people at it. And that means everybody that's inside the gates right now.
Absolutely. Hey, racers, it is going to be fast and furious today. Not only on the racetrack, but as far as the lane calls are concerned, we are getting down to where we've got smaller numbers in each and every category. So again, we've got Hughes Performance Big Tire. Hughes Performance Big Tire. We need you back into the staging lanes, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire. Super Index. You should be back in the staging lanes. Matter of fact, not only should you be back in the staging lanes, they're going to be getting ready to pull you up here soon because Triple is on the racetrack. Pro 275. Pro 275. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Pro 275. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Interesting. And we've got giveaways.
We do. Yeah, we're going to have some stuff we need to do some trivia for here in a little while as well. We'll kick that off. We had some great folks bring us some T-shirts and some hoodies and some other stuff, and we were able to give them away to some of the kids a little while ago, or last night, and it was fun. So we're going to have more of that today as well.
So Greg Dreer. Greg Dreer gets the win light there, 1067 on a 1060 index on the triple index side. He was 083 on the tree. Caleb Shepard had a 132 reaction time, and
Nate's up here telling us about his old D&D days, Dungeons and Dragons. I said, that doesn't surprise me, Nate. He just laughed at me.
All right, once again, Hughes Performance Big Tire. Hughes Performance Big Tire. We need you into the staging lanes. And Pro 275. Pro 275. We need you into the staging lanes. Frank E. Racing Solutions Limited Small Tire. You are on standby. And Pro Street. You are on standby. Hey, Nick Johnson, if you are still on property, Nick Johnson, need you to come to the tower, please. Nick Johnson. We need you to come to the tower, please. Nick Johnson. So Pro 275, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Pro 275. And Frank E. Solutions Limited Small Tire. Frank E. Solutions Limited Small Tire. Frank E. Racing Solutions, excuse me. Limited Small Tire. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes. Pro Street, you are on standby. Pro Street, you are on standby. Again, Hughes Performance Big Tire, you should be in the lanes. Pro 275, you should be in the lanes. Frank E. Solutions Limited Small Tire, let's get you headed into the lanes. Pro Street, you are on standby. All right, so let's see here. Chad said he would give away some cool stuff to the chat bleachers if we got to 1,000 likes. So far, Chad, we're safe.
I
and
know,
I don't want to
because
be
they're
safe.
slackers.
Right, we got 658 people and 200. Well, I mean, we're at, what, 30%?
Yeah, but
30% have liked.
They need to step up. I'm just saying.
Said, Chad, are you going to PRI this year? Not if you don't like him.
Yeah, there you go. No.
Not if you don't like him.
Not if you don't like me. I need the affirmation.
Yeah.
I need people to like me.
I don't want to go if you don't like me.
Oh, God.
All right, so we are getting a couple of things cleaned up. Which, by the way, no, here, I'm going to say this publicly because we're on the mic. Kurt Johnson has just walked up into the tower. Oh, God, did he run off? Nope. He's walked up into the tower. He's with the folks at TVC, Total Venue Concepts. We've talked about kind of the cool innovations that they've come up with. Like, I was absolutely like, wow, you're putting electric blankets on your tires now. I'm like, either
Tire warmers.
Either Kurt has just completely dedicated himself to this world, or he's lost his mind. One of the two.
Yes.
Or both. But Kurt, since you are in here, I have heard no fewer than probably 30 racers that have come up to me personally and said this.
Yep.
Including Calvert, who was just up here a minute ago. Your track is phenomenal, sir. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, John Calvert literally was just up here and said, when you can come to a race and know that you have a racetrack under you every time you go down the racetrack, it changes the game entirely. And he really, really wanted you to understand how appreciative he is, and that's a sentiment around the entire pit. So we appreciate it. Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, Calvert's seen the world and done things that, you and I have talked about this before. It's funny as we sit here waiting real quick. Everybody talks about small tire racing, now and the last 10 years and all that. The original small tire drag racing was NHRA stock eliminator on 7-inch slicks and then later on 9-inch in the 80s. And John Calvert was a pioneer in that. And he's the one that made it to where you had 69 Camaros carrying the wheels on 255 horsepower, right? I mean, that is saying something. He has seen all the racetracks, so it's pretty cool for sure.
Keep working on getting the likes up. All right, so again, Frank E Racing Solutions Limited Small Tire. You should be in the staging lanes.
Check, 1, 2, check. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check.
Jeff Dye in the Blue Nova. Now it's back. All right. Yeah, it was totally in here. Yes, sir. We have got your phone. Right there. Dwayne Lyle. 1060.
Attention in the pits. Andy Dodge.
There we go.
If you could come to the tower, please. Andy Dodge. with that beautiful 69 Chevelle. If you guys could come up to the tower, we would appreciate it. Andy Dodge, if you could come up to the tower, we would appreciate it. And see Mel Roth. Andy Dodge, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. We're not yelling at you, I promise.
You got to make sure. Be like, no. This one's okay.
Yeah, you're not getting called to the principal's office. You're getting called to the cool kids corner.
Yeah, when you look at somebody, go, you're not in trouble.
Exactly.
Come up here and see Mel. You're not in trouble.
So Andy Dodge, come on up to the tower, please.
Johnny West and Anthony Katnick. Katnick goes 864 on an 860 in our Super Index. Gets the win light by 4 thousandths of a second. Johnny West running on a 760 index. Goes 763. After a 107 reaction time. It's Monty LaFrenz and Doug Carter. Carter out of Colorado, Monty out of Hesperia, California. And a 960 on a 960 beats a 960 on a 960. How about both cars dead on the index? Doug Carter, 9604 after the 060 reaction time. Monty LaFrenz, 9608 after the 045 reaction time. But it is Monty who will be walking away with a win light in the Super Index category. And that was a 2-for-1.
Kevin Stokesbury and Devin Jansen battling it out down there. And you want to talk about another close one, Nate. 053 on the tree for Stokesbury, 108 for Devin. Not great. Devin goes 859 with a 6. Trying to get there. Cannot do it. Stokesbury in that beautiful 71 Chevelle is just printing tickets. Goes 961 on a 960 index. He is no stranger to the winner's circle here in Las Vegas. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Street to the lanes, please. Pro Street, come on down to the lanes, please. Pro Street to the lanes. Pro Street to the lanes. Calvert Racing, no box. And Mickey Thompson Tires X275. You guys are on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily. Calvert Racing, no box. You guys are on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily. Pro Street to the lanes, please. Pro Street to the lanes, please. Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box to lanes 7 and 8, please. Calvert Racing, no box to 7 and 8, please. Calvert Racing, no box to 7 and 8. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you're on standby.
All right, so once again, Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. Let's get you headed to lane 7 and 8, please. Calvert Racing, no box. Let's get you to lane 7 and 8, please. We are putting our final prep down and getting ready to roll. For the Hughes Performance Big Tire category, down to just 4 cars left. In Big Tire, Rod LeClaire, Steve Nicholson. Going to be our first couple to go at it. And yeah, we got to get to giving away some stuff. It's still at just 238 likes. I mean, it's climbing. It's climbing. The number of people watching is climbing. But we need to keep the likes climbing as well. For Chad, for everybody at Bang Shift, for Streetcar Super Nationals. Got to get all that headed this way. Come on. So they did the chip draw before they rolled up here, and it turns out that a couple of British Columbians. Didn't we start a Canadian Civil War yesterday? Unfortunately, we're going to have to continue the Canadian Civil War today. Vancouver versus Victoria. And again, while I am doing my best to know like where each of these cities are in Canada, at least I'm getting to the point where I can, associate which NHL team is, with where. And when somebody says Vancouver, I'll be like, oh, Canucks. They say Edmonton, I'll be like, oh, Oilers. Calgary, oh, Flames. I can do that. Yeah. Where it's located in Canada, I'm still working on it. But British Columbians are going to go side by side, head to head in our Hughes Performance Big Tire category. Purging the nitrous over on Rod LeClaire's side of the racetrack in that Camaro. 598 cubic inches on the left side, and Steve Nicholson in that 63 Stingray. Here we go. Here's the cool thing for those of you that are rooting for the Canadians. You're guaranteed to have a Canadian in the final, because one of them will be racing for the trophy. Question is, will it be Rod or will it be Steve? Steve's going to be the first one to find the pre-stage bulbs between the Corvette and the Camaro. Inset, turn them loose. Advantage at this end of the racetrack. Looked like it went to Rod, but the win light is going to go to Steve Nicholson. The Stingray out of Vancouver is moving on. Rod LeClaire looked like he got the jump out of the gate, but Nicholson and the Stingray moved right past him and is going to the final round of the Hughes Performance Big Tire category. So Nicholson will be back. The question will be, is it going to be an all-Canadian final? Or will Art Raz in the Raz Construction sponsored 68 bodied Camaro with that Brad Anderson 532-inch combination, or is it going to be Pete Harbour coming in out of Manitoba in the LSX? Waving him up on Art Raz's side of the racetrack. We know Nicholson in the Corvette awaits the winner of this pair, the Hughes Performance Big Tire category. Mickey Thompson, X275. Mickey Thompson, X275, come on down. Oh, moving around down there at the end, and it's going to be Art Raz in the Camaro out of Ridgefield, Washington. The Raz construction ride gets the win light. Pete Harder bumped it in. Started to move towards the outside of the groove, swung it back in, but Art Raz is straight down the center of the racetrack. So Raz will be coming back to take on Nicholson in the finals of Big Tire. Little Washington. So we'll have a border battle. It'll be a border battle. I can't even say that. That's what it's going to be. So we got Hughes Performance Big Tire down to the finals. Pro 275 getting ready to roll up to the water box now. In our Pro 275 category, we got 6 left. We're going to be coming back with 3 quarterfinals. Going to set the semis. Warren Groh and Jermaine Bodie last night under the lights. It was cool. It was not cold. It was cool, but not cold. Warren Groh's car seemed to like it. Jermaine Bodie trying before they get into that second round of eliminations last night was struggling. They couldn't get the car to start. Everything was all kinds of sideways. And then in Bodie's matchup, it pretty much turned into a pedal fest. Bodie was able to get it done, turn on the wind light, and has loved that right lane. Warren Groh has really seemed to enjoy the left lane. So again, Mickey Thompson Tires, X275. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Mickey Thompson Tires, X275. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Calvert Racing No Box, you should be in 7 and 8. Calvert Racing No Box, you should be in 7 and 8. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, you are on standby. Real Steel, you are on standby. So you got Bodie. Who, as we talked about yesterday, has got like, I don't know, 342 people helping get that car ready to go. Bodie gets the jump on Warren Groh, and it's going to be all Jermaine Bodie from start to finish. The Camaro left first, got there first, sounded strong, and is going to be moving into the round of 3. As we'll be coming back with 3 in our Pro 275 category is Brian Greenberg and Ron Link. Mustang versus Nova. The 68 Mustang of Brian Greenberg out of Valencia, California. Whoa, Brian Greenberg tries to hold on to it, gets out there with the wheels up, starts to make a move towards the center line, but it's going to be Ron Link. Straight, fast, and winner. Greenberg, I mean, that car had the wheels up all the way out to about 200 feet, sets him down, makes a hard move towards the center line, jumps out of the throttle, but it is going to be Rob Link joining Jermaine Bodie, and one more. In our Pro 275 category. And it'll either be Brylan Holder or Jose Morales. So with Brylan Holder, who had to take on Roger last night, it was a Brylan and Roger matchup. Roger ended up striking the tires. Brylan Holder was able to hold on and push his Camaro straight down to the finish line as Jose Morales coming in out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. We'll see if he can't hold on long enough to keep the 2012 Mustang that he's got ahead of Brylan at the finish line. This one's all Brylan. Game, set, and match. From the time the tree dropped, Brylan Holder, looking at the way that thing played out. Off the line first and just kept driving away. So Brylan Holder moves on. That'll set our three that are coming back. In Pro 275. Jose Morales comes to a stop up there in the shutdown area. That's going to prompt our fire and safety team to come out and give a little assistance, give a little help. So word from the top end is Jose is good. He's going to go ahead and drive it off. Once again, we should have, well, let's see, no box back in the staging lanes. Mickey Thompson, X275. Mickey Thompson, X275. Need you into the back of the staging lanes, please. Mickey Thompson, X275. Need you into the staging lanes. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. So Mickey Thompson, X275, you should be in the staging lanes. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. You did your chip draw. Let's get you headed into lanes 3 and 4, please. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Getting in at our Frank E. Racing Solutions Limited small tire with Lance Moore and Jeff Goodwin. Jeff over on the right side. Lance in the left. The Ramona, California-based Nova going up against Jeff's Littleton, Colorado-based Mustang and Jeff Goodwin. Again, from stripe to stripe, Goodwin. Got the jump on him and moved all the way down to the finish line. That was a smooth lap. Really smooth lap. So Godwin gets the win lane. All right, so Jeff Godwin gets it. So we got a Goodwin, we got a Godwin. Do we have the Godfather here? How about the fairy godmother? Yeah, Kurt's definitely the godfather of track prep. I agree. He's the godfather of track prep. Chris Lucarelli, Dennis Drummond, Mr. Drummond. What you talking about, Willis? Lucarelli gets the win light. The Mustang with the 302 Coyote under the hood. Again, we whittled our field in Pro 275 down to 3. Going to be doing the same thing here in our Frank E. Race Solutions limited small tire. I'll bring up Kelly Henry and Todd Brenton. Brenton 64 Malibu. That's just a cool car. So we got our no box cars rolling forward. Final call. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. Final call. Make sure you are in the staging lanes ready to go, please. Final call. Looks like we got maybe 3 or almost all 4 of you there. And Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. We'll need you there. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. You are on standby. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. You're on standby. We'll be calling you up soon. So Lancaster, California. Going up against Pineville, Oregon. Todd Benton's car burped as he tried to hit the gas. Hit the gas. You could see the Malibu make the initial move and then popped. Burped, hiccuped, chugged. Either way, one of those moments that you don't want to have happen. Kelly Henry gets it done. All right, so Johnny G, it says on the side of the Camaro. Out of Fernley, Nevada. Left side of the racetrack, the blower car. With a stack, or the hat, excuse me. Poking up from out of the hood, and David Clark out of Idaho. That was pretty much all about that Mustang. From hit to stripe, David Clark got the jump, stayed ahead, turned on the scoreboard, and it'll be Frank Yee coming back to take on David Clark in the finals of Pro Street. Go ahead and put out a final call. Final call, Mickey Thompson Tire X275. Final call, Mickey Thompson Tire X275. Second call for Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Second call, Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Need you into the staging lanes, please. And Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Let's get you headed into lanes 5 and 6, please. Frank Yee going to take his lap before we get into our Calvert Racing no box category. And with nobody in the other lane, Frank doesn't really care that the green light's already on. He just wants to make a run. And he wants it to be perfect, just right. And up until the point where it wasn't. It was perfect. It was just right, and then it wasn't. But Frank Yee had one of those slowly progressing wheel stands. Until he got out to about 150 feet, then just got out of the throttle. So again, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Go ahead and come on down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Let's get you into lanes 5 and 6 as no box is underway. Martin Koski and Ron Elsenbartle. 970 on a 965. That was a race to the red light. Like big time race to the red light. Martin Koski was dialed in at 10:55, left 28 thousandths of a second early and was gone. By the time Ron's light began to drop, Ron was going to be almost 200s red. But Ron Elsenbartle is going to get the win lane. Wesley Birmingham, 002 green and 976. I'm sorry, I was talking with our faithful Mickey Thompson representative. Again, big thanks to the folks at Mickey Thompson for being out here all weekend long, taking care of our racers for all of their tire needs. But yeah, just catching up a little bit as Wesley Birmingham gets the win light over Darren Taylor. Taylor was 25 green and goes 857 on an 859 as Carolyn German and Philip Koch in the El Camino. No Carolyn. Apparently, that was a conversation I was kind of overhearing on the side. I think Carolyn, they said that she might have had an overheating issue and had to pull out a line. So a solo shot for Phil as he's 265 on the tree and 10-27 on a 10-22. We'll bring up Jackson Burgess and Jeff Taylor. Taylor in the pickup truck, Jackson in the Trans Am. Trans Am's dialed in at 1312. Taylor is dialed in at 908. Head start to the Trans Am. Win light to the truck. 910 on a 908 after a 103 reaction time for Taylor. Jackson Burgess, 116 green and goes 13-23 on the 1312. That's going to bring up Jimmy Olsen. And I do remember why I was like, what is it about Jimmy Olsen? Rockstar, whatever. There was a song called Jimmy Olsen Blues. That's what it was. That's what I was remembering. It was by that same band that did the song Two Princes. Ryan Edwards wishing happy birthday to Mom. Ryan's making it a nice little day. Got the red light for Jimmy Olsen, who now has the Jimmy Olsen Blues after the Jimmy Olsen red light. Ryan goes 10:34 and a 10:33 on essentially what turned into be a free ride. Hey, RacingJunk.com. RacingJunk.com box category. RacingJunk.com box category. Let's get you headed into lane 7 and 8, please. RacingJunk.com box to lane 7 and 8. RacingJunk.com box category. Let's get you headed into lane 7 and 8. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you are on standby. Don't need you yet. You are on standby. So Ryan Edwards gets the win. Let's see if Josh Edwards can do the same. 1172 is the dial for Josh in the wagon. Jerry Cooksey dialed in at 983 for the Nova. Both drivers are away and green. Win light's going to turn on for Josh Edwards. 16 and dead on 1. Josh is going to get the win light over Jerry Cooksey. Cooksey was 28 green, goes 982 on a 983 as we'll bring up Dwayne Lyle and Darwin LaFord. And there's something in my peripheral vision that wants to help me remind you, since it reminded me, that extreme photography is here. Rob is down in the RV. He's lonely. He wants people to come see him. He wants you to get a photo of your car racing at Streetcar Super Nationals 20. Like Dwayne Lyle, he gets a win light. You're going to want a memory of racing at Streetcar Super Nationals 20. So in order to do that, swing down by the RV, see Rob. He'll get you hooked up with your photo. But they're going to be in the RV all day? All day. All day, all day. So go see Rob. Extreme Photography, he will get you hooked up with your photo. See Rob. See Extreme. Get your Streetcar Super Nationals 20 photo. Mike Panunzio, Chris Pinter. Pinter dial 965. Panunzio dial 1052. Winner is Panunzio, 19 green and 1053 on a 1053. So that's going to bring up our next couple of cars here in the box or no box category. Jaden Hawker and Sam Montgomery. Once again, box. RacingJunk.com box. Make your way to lane 7 and 8, please. Box to lane 7 and 8. Box to lane 7 and 8. Morrow Brothers Mustang Madness, you're on standby. So we need our box racers to lane 7 and 8. We're getting our way through the no box category. Jaden Hawker dialed in at 11:35. Montgomery dialed in at 9:43. 9:45 on a 9:43 for Sam Montgomery. 72 green. Jaden Hawker was right there with him with an 0.76 reaction time. It was just 4 thou that was between them here at this end. Jaden Hawker gets to the finish line first by 25 thousandths of a second. Needed to get there by 16 thousandths of a second or less as he breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Hey, just a quick reminder for the bicycles that are rolling up into the grandstands right now, there are no wheeled vehicles allowed in the grandstands. You need to park those off to the side, please, gentlemen. David Trammell, Luther Waters. Waters goes red by a bunch. We'll leave it at a bunch. Win light goes to David Trammell. Trammell 70 on the tree and dead on 8. 10-14 on a 10-14 for Trammell. As Jeff Dye and Mike Bolton will be our next two. Gentlemen. Hey, gentlemen, for the three of you that just rode in on the bicycles in the grandstands. No habla inglés? Jeff Dye going up against Mike Bolton. Bolton with a 10:35 dial was 005 and dead on 7. Nicely done for Mike Bolton. Jeff Dye, 18 green, 10:63 on a 10:60. Down to our final few cars. In our no box category, once again, RacingJunk.com box. Let's get you into lanes 7 and 8. And Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Let's get you headed back into the lanes, please. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. MagnaFuel XDR, you're on standby. MagnaFuel XDR, you are on standby. Win light there goes to Steve Kachoyan. 12:07 on the 1198. Hatrith was 42 red. And then goes 10:27 on a 10:25. That'll bring up John Tabak and Luigi Panunzio. The battle of the pickup trucks. John Tabak out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. 10:62 is the dial. Head start goes to Luigi. Win light goes to John. John Tabak, 10.99 on a 10.82 after the 0.33 reaction time. That wraps up our no box category. Hey, just real quick question. For those of you that are in the grandstands and can hear me, please raise your hand. All right, I just wanted to make sure that the speakers were working, because the three gentlemen standing on the fence with the bicycles obviously couldn't hear me earlier. Either that or English is a second language. I'm not sure what it is. So anybody in the stands that has a wheeled vehicle in the grandstands, that's bicycles, scooters, whatever, they cannot be along the fence line. You've got to take them out of the grandstand area and move them. Otherwise, we'll have security come up there and help you move them. So there were two young ladies that walked in and parked scooters up along the fence. Those need to go. There's another one parked a little ways over here. It's a fire marshal rule here in this area. They need to go. Otherwise, security can come pick them up for you, and we'll keep them until the end of the day. Thank you. Appreciate your cooperation with that. Yeah, I don't know where the two young ladies were that were like, there we go. Thank you. We're into our Mickey Thompson Tires X275 category. We should have our box racers in lanes 7 and 8. Mustang Madness should be making their way back to lanes 1 and 2. They were kind of slow this morning. I probably should have called them like a half hour ago, just so that they could find their way back to the staging lanes and get suited up and all that kind of stuff on time. I wasn't sure. They were a little slow this morning. But we're getting there. Justin Gallant, Chilliwack, British Columbia, and Zach Kane out of Klamath Bay, Washington. I don't know if that's like input in there right or what, but Justin is a two-time defending, he's a very defensive person. He's a two-time defending champion. He's very defensive. Very defensive. But back at it, your number 1 and number 4 qualifiers. Advantage at this end of the racetrack goes to your number 1 qualifier, Justin, and he's going to go 4:28 at 169 miles an hour to move on yet again. I'm like no good at this wadding up paper and throwing it at the garbage can anymore. Like, not at all. So Justin Gallant is going to advance into the finals one more time. And for those of you that are our, like, Go Canada fans, I know your national anthem is O Canada. But for those of you that are north of the border, since the majority of the sponsorship, like, well, a good portion of the sponsorship on our Bank Shift live feed is coming from Canadian companies like, you know, Titanium, SRT Trucking, Jansen Racing, Artex Racing. Got a lot of Canadians that are up. And it may just be that you're from Canada and you have nothing better to do than to sit and watch racing in the States. You know I love you. But your national anthem, if we get enough cars into the finals, your national anthem is going to be renamed to Go Canada. You know, Go Canada, just win another race. Just, you know. -2 Fahrenheit in Grand Prairie, Alberta. Exactly where I would be, as we talked yesterday, from. -2. I do have a spare room. And guess what? I don't need an extra heater to warm it up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So Gallant versus Meyering. From now on, it's just Stevie G. So making our way into Arizona Race Company's Real Steel category. Another one of the no-time categories. Steve Goodwin. I'm just saying. Look at, do you see how that's spelled on the screen? That is just Godwin. We're going to give him an extra O? Taken out of context, that could be really bad. People. But dude, it's terrible. Even Mel's looking at me like I've just got wadded up ladders and papers and stuff that I try to do the Magic Johnson skyhook over towards the garbage can. And over the last 3 weeks, ever since the divisionals, man, I cannot land a piece of paper in a wastebasket that's 6 feet away. I suck at this game. Maybe I'm not as bad as I thought I was, because I've got like 13 wadded up papers on the floor, and Mel came up and ended up doing housekeeping for me. So that was the plan all along. I'm going to get Mel to come clean up my mess, because I've cleaned up enough of his messes over the years. It's a trade-off. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. We'll go with that. All right, so where are we at? Into the Arizona Race Company's Real Steel, Doug Driggers in the 46 pickup truck. Clean, mean, beautiful. Wow. Look at Mike Keenan's car hike up the front tires. Is going to get around Doug Driggers, but Doug, you need to come back down the return road. Mel's got a present for you. It's one of those like, maybe make you feel a little bit better about unfortunately not turning on a wind light. But that is going to be the best appearing truck here at Streetcar Super Nationals 20. Doug Driggers' 46 car is beautiful. Hey, we got a racer in need. John Tabak is in need of a good 750 carburetor. If you've got a good 750 carburetor, John Tabak is in need. One of our good friends from Canada. He says he's willing to sell, borrow, whatever he wants to do. I agree, Darren. We need to bring back Tooch. We need him. But if you've got something, let's bring him back. Let's help John with a 750 carburetor. If you've got something, I got his number up here. He needs a little help. Alessandro Milani and Sean Green. Whoa! Sean Green gets out about 200 feet, starts making his way down there. The car made a hard move to the right. Sean was able to yank it back, but as soon as he started bringing it back, it fishtailed and put the rear against the wall. Oh my goodness. As soon as the front tires came back down, Sean was pointed the wrong direction. Got the wheel back, and unfortunately in that beautiful, gorgeous 55 Bel Air, the tail end swung around, made contact with the right side wall. The car comes back away from the wall, goes straight down to the finish line, and it comes to a stop about a quarter of the way up the shutdown area. Not something we wanted to see at all. There are too many good-looking race cars out here to be banging them against walls. Definitely not what we want to see happen. So unfortunately, Sean Green is going to need some assistance from the fire and safety team. That's going to be rough. All right, so we should have our Mustang Madness cars back there. MagnaFuel XDR. MagnaFuel XDR. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. MagnaFuel XDR. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. MagnaFuel XDR to the lanes, please. All right, so just quick little touch up on a racetrack. And again, we talked about we've got some cool giveaways. Got some good stuff that we'll be getting some of our younger race fans up here very, very soon. And, of course, our friends at VP Race Fuels said they're going to be giving away some $100 gift certificates. You can see Mel down there right now presenting Doug Driggers with his Best Appearing Truck Award on the return road. Congratulations to Doug. That truck's beautiful. That truck is just beautiful. Hey, racers, while we are at it, once again, John Tabak's looking for a good 750 carburetor. If you've got a 750 carburetor, you can help him out. We got a racer in need. Racer in need. John Tabak needs that 750 carburetor if you can help him out. Also, a reminder, racers, as far as payouts are concerned, all semifinals drivers, you are going to need to complete a W-9 in order to receive your check. If you're from Canada, we've got a different form, but all semifinals and beyond drivers, you're going to need to complete a W-9. They are located in the far side of the tower in the payout room. So if you're headed up here for payout, keep in mind that you are going to need to complete that W-9 form. And all racers, can I have your attention, please? Racers, we're going to need all rigs out of the pits by 9 a.m. on Monday. So 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're going to need to have our pit area clean. So if you want to hang out, spend the night tonight, not a problem. Enjoy that. Stay here. Do what you got to do. But by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we're going to need to get you out of the pit area so that we can get it clean and reset for the next event. You can go out to the stack line if you're going to be sticking around for next weekend's Bracket Nationals, the Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals. You can go out and line up in the stack line. But we are going to need to get everybody out of the pit area by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, need to make sure that that is all taken care of and done. Again, if you've made your way into the semifinals, you're going to need to complete a W-9 to receive your check. So make sure that you are ready to do that when you come up here for that. And John Tabak looking for a good 750 carburetor if you've got that. So with Matt Moran and Jim DiMaggio, continuing on through the Arizona Real Steel category. Again, all steel, all glass. And apparently the track is really good. You look out in front of Matt Moran's car. Couldn't quite get back off the line without losing some shoes. Or almost losing some shoes. Oops. Well, that was kind of a bummer. Apparently, I've been notified that started to talk about if you're sticking around for next weekend's event, and then it kind of went quiet. So We'll fix that in a minute. Win light goes to Matt Moran. He was ahead from start to finish. Jim DiMaggio bowing out in the Mustang. So, yes, if you are sticking around for next weekend's Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals, you do need to clear out of kind of the main pit area by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, but you can go out and get in the stack line so that you're ready to go for that. So that is that. So essentially just kind of right back out to the parking lot area. Mike Orban, Ron Link Orban. The color on that Falcon is one of the best. That body style, that color is just beautiful. Ron Link and the Nova on the other side. The answer to why was he walking like the Tin Man? Because it's sticky. Might as well have had rusted knees. Win light goes to Ron Link. At the hit, the Nova out of Sacramento, California. Was just a touch ahead. Not much, but just a touch. And ends up rolling all the way through. I think I had several Hot Wheels that were that color, just to be honest about it. That thing is just amazing. So down to our final pair. In Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. No time category, then our Hughes Performance Pro Mod. We'll be coming back as we are down to our quarterfinals in Pro Modified. So RacingJunk.com box category. We should have you back in the lanes. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you should be back there. MagnaFuel XDR, we should have you back in the lanes as well. And let's go ahead and get SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. Let's get you headed into the lanes, please. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. Come on down. Jamie Hove. Going to get that one as Jose M. leaves the line. And then there's pretty much nothing he could do. All right, so once again, SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. Let's get you into the lanes, please. So rolling into our Precision Turbo Pro Modified, down to 5 cars. With what we got left. I think with that, Gage the intern has found his way back up here. We'll let him kind of talk a little bit about Pro Mod. So we should have SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85. And let's go ahead and call Brian Peterson at Small Tire. Brian Peterson, Small Tire, come on down.
Roll into a Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Round number 3. Still got 5 bad to the bone Pro Modifieds left in the field. We're going to see some more big numbers. We got Garrett Richards over on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the 2012 Mustang. Robert Griffin over on the right-hand side, the twin-turbo, first-gen Mustang. Got 2 different philosophies of stuffing more air into the engine so they can stuff more fuel into it. Make a lot of horsepower put it to the ground. Garrett Richards has this thing on like a bracket mode, been running like in the high 380s for a majority of the weekend. Robert Griffin has made a solid few runs, is trying to figure out the sweet spot on the tune-up. Robert Griffin rolled through the tree when he went to spool up the turbos. How about a 383, 196 miles an hour for Garrett Richards? Decided to spin it up even a little bit more on the tune-up. Ryan Griffin went to spool the car and bump it into the beams, and it just rolled through. So that will put Garrett Richards on a solo run into the final round of Pro Modified.
That team was happy, Gage. You saw them down there. They were smiling from ear to ear, arms in the air. That thing went right down the middle. That car has been, with rare exception, incredibly consistent this weekend.
Well, I've noticed with Garrett Richards, that team, like, they came out swinging with like a low 380 run to qualify.
Yep.
And then they missed it on one run, and then they've just been stuck in that high 380 range, and I think they've been wanting to push it a little more to get back to that 383.
Yep.
And they found it right there.
Absolutely. It's been really interesting to watch because I keep saying it's in bracket mode, but I mean, that thing has been consistent going down the racetrack. And you know as well as I do that when you get into a field of pro mods like these guys are in right now, dude, you've got to be consistent going A to B, because anybody can win it. But, man, that 67 Mustang over there in the right lane, those guys have been doing really, really good this weekend, too. It's weird to see them have a problem there. But, you know, hey, Streetcar Super Nationals, you never know what's going to happen.
It is always a realm of the unknown, especially when you combine Streetcar Super Nationals and Pro Modifieds. It is throw the dice out. That's why we're in Vegas. You got to throw the dice out and take a gamble on it. Put it all in red, black, or green.
Absolutely. It's funny, too, because, you know, we've had the biggest field we've had in years in Pro Mod with 18 cars showing up here. And it was funny because getting into qualifying, there were a couple of teams that had trouble, but when it got into eliminations, they were able to pull it out. We did have a couple of upsets. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to continue to watch that class run through the rest of the weekend, or the rest of the day, I guess, as we are in the final day of every bit of the money, right? And speaking of the money, remember, all semifinalists, you're going to need to complete a W-9 to receive your checks. And those are in the far side of the tower in the payout room. So when it is time, you'll have to come up here and fill one of those out to get your check. Just reminding you.
Definitely, especially if you feel like you want to get yourself a big payday in Las Vegas and you want to say, hey, I got a big payday in Vegas, but I didn't go to the regular strip. I highly recommend that if you guys get down to the semifinals, you definitely want to come up and fill a W-9.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's funny you talk about payouts. For those of you that weren't with us late last night, somebody yesterday did a $50 big limit slot machine last night and won $1,027,000 on a one single $50 pull. That's insane on a slot machine.
And it couldn't be me.
It
couldn't be me.
I would never spend the $50 on one pull. I would just be too scared.
Ridiculous. Speaking of like big pulls, all of a sudden, Mike LeBate,
dude,
was struggling all weekend long with qualifying. And then in the last session, threw up a 368. Is going to be taking on Pete Harder. And we want to talk about bet it all on green, because Pete Harder, I'm not going to say he doesn't have the power, but then he goes red and oh no, Pete Harder. All I was going to say was just keep it honest with Mike LeBate and you might have a chance. And right there, he turned it way red and then saw Mike LeBate rattle the tire. And oh boy, that is probably going to be a heartbreak for Pete Harder when he looks back on that one.
Yeah, a couple of his guys down there just putting their hands on their heads. He knew he had to take a big stab at it, and he guessed on the tree, and he guessed wrong. Went 267 red. LeBate was like 51 green, but goes out there and spins the tires at about 100 feet. Man, that was Pete Harder's for the taking, but he had to take the shot and did it. And man, sometimes it works out in your favor, and sometimes it does not. The Durden Construction 59 Corvette coming up next in the left lane.
And we want to keep like the whole thing about striking it big and lucky in Las Vegas. John Durden, last round, supposed to go up against Ryan Hayward, who unfortunately hurt the motor too bad in his big tire entry, had a competition single. That pair right there was for a bye this round on the ladder. So John Durden struck the luck machine right there.
100%. And like you said, Ryan Hayward, when he went down there, that thing was at about, 450 feet, and it started an insane spark show that poured out from under that car. And when I say poured, I mean poured. It looked like you had a plasma cutter mounted under that car, cutting everything out of it. It was a huge shower of sparks. We had to sweep up a bunch of particles down there. And, I know he's just wishing he had been out here right now. But Durden and that team, they know how to go fast. They've struggled a little bit this weekend, but, they know how to win here. No doubt whatsoever, and they're going to take advantage. I look for them to do one of two things. They're going to either throw it all at it and see where it sticks, or they're going to try and put it in bracket mode and make sure they've got an A to B combo and tune-up that's going to be ready for them if they can make it to the final.
So we've been talking about this whole striking it big, get lucky, throwing bets every down. I'm going to bet like a high 380 right here for John Durden. They're trying to look for something really good right now. It's looking pretty good. It's a little soft early. It goes 390 with a 7 at 194. That's pretty close to what I imagined they were trying to get towards.
Absolutely. Like you said, it was a little soft early, 1.008, so one flat to 60. Those guys really were trying, I'm sure, to go like a 980 at 60, and that would have put them, right there in that mid to high 380 range. So they know what they've got to do. They'll pick it up a little bit early and be good to go, but that would be good data right there. Joe O in the house. Joe Oplosky, happy birthday. Had a birthday a few days ago. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Brian Peterson, small tire to the lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire to the lanes, please. Again, Brian Peterson, small tire to the lanes, please.
We're rolling into our RacingJunk.com box class. We're starting off with a pair of dragsters here. Scott Robinson over on the left-hand side. Now Chilliwack down 512, getting the head start over Parker Aguirre, one of the young junior graduates here at the Strip at Las Vegas, down 484.
They're pretty close at the tree. No games down there. They both just laid into him and let him roll on down the racetrack. A 15 with a 5 on a 12 dial for Robinson is good to go. Unfortunately, Parker goes 80 with a 6 on an 84 dial after taking 56 at the stripe. Just a skosh too much. That was his if he wanted it, but just pushing it too far.
Bring up Anne-Marie Limbaki over there on the left-hand side. Part of the APC powder coating. All the way in out of Meridian, Idaho. Down 496 in her dragster. Taking on John Carvalho. In the Camaro, going to be dialed 639 in out Modesto. Again, let's take Brian Peterson, small tire to the lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire. We'll take it to the lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire to the lanes.
Carvalho is no slouch. That Camaro is a proven combo. Did his job on the starting line. Let's see if he can do it at the top, and he does.
Wow.
Goes 39 with a 5 on a 39 after taking an 84 on the tree. Limbaki was 125 behind and had to drive it on down there. Was no way she was going to make it happen. Goes 94 on a 96 dial.
Now we'll bring up Daryl Wirtz and Casey Price. Daryl Wirtz just saw his teammate go out right in front of him. So he will try and take his dragster down 455 into round number 4. We'll take on who we like to call Special K over there on the right-hand side. Casey has been running here since she was 8 years old in juniors. This was her official last year in juniors, and at the last race at the track that she grew up in the junior car, turned on the last win light.
Nice. That's a way to end it, isn't it?
It was a pretty special moment for her and the family there. Dad Richard, been a long-time racer out here himself in the Chevelle, finally getting to drive his own car again. 468 going to be the dial for Gaisley. Wants to give a shout-out to Daniel Foltz for letting them borrow the race car, and look at that. Daniel Foltz, be happy. See your race car going around while you're sitting at home in Chino, California. Casey Price, 11 green, dead 4. That's what we like to see out of Special K right there. Daryl Wirtz, 21 green up front, had no chance of turning on a win light, was mathematically locked out of that race at the hit.
Yeah, and Casey was down there, and you could see that dragster doing the womp, womp, womp rock as she went through. She absolutely owned it on both ends, showing you just how good junior drivers get in the little cars and how that translates into the big ones.
Bring up Nick Pressmone and Aiden Katnick. Is it Katnick? Katnick.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Aiden down there out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia in that Fox body. But Nick over there in that wrong year 76 Nova, as I call it, that thing is absolutely a staple here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and he knows how to find the winner's circle as well.
Nick Pressbone, a former winner of box here at Street Car Super Nationals a couple of years back, trying to find himself back in the winner's circle again. How about it? Turns on the win light for the Las Vegas scoreboard. 29 green, goes dead on 8 on what he predicted.
Yeah, that was about picture perfect. The car went a little bit left at the hit, but he pulled it right back in and owned that thing from one end to the other. One of my favorite cars here running in box is Candy Larson out of Westminster. We're used to seeing Candy in that little red GTI or Golf or whatever it is for years. And now out here in this amazing 4-door 66 Acadian.
Candy knows how to be the variety of the category.
Absolutely. And knows how to make a absolute statement when the time is right. You got to watch her. Doing her job on the starting line. That 63 Chevy pickup of Sabatino trying to make it happen. No way, no how. She goes 96 on a 91 dial. Owned it from end to end.
It's going to bring up Rod Thomas over there on the left-hand side in the Ford Falcon. Dialed 580. Did you know that car had a Lenco in it?
I did not.
Dude, I was standing down there for the last round, and I looked over, and I see like 3 or 4 levers over there.
Oh, I love it.
And I'm like, I know what that means.
Dude, I got my Pro Stock license in a Lenco car. We talked about it last night. I wonder if it's got a converter or a clutch. Either way, it's still cool. Pulling levers is awesome.
Exactly, especially when you can say that, and then you're bracket racing at the same time.
I know.
That just adds that little bit extra element of human error to it, and it can like make or break any race over there.
Yeah.
Troy Hawker over on the right-hand side in the Semi Challenger, trying to track it down, gonna get the win. 523 on the 518 dial, got there first by 21 thou. It looked like Rob Thomas probably gave the strike back down there at the other end, had the better reaction time, and goes 900ths above what he predicted.
Yeah, man, he's going to be kicking himself right there, but what a cool little car. Chevelle versus Nova. You gotta love it. I'm a fan of both of these cars. 661 the dial over here in the left lane. 583 in the right. That's Jeremy Plyler out of Douglas in the 72 Nova. And Scott Taylor in the 65 Chevelle. Taylor takes his time. He's all the way in. Both of them with green light starts. One way better than the other. Plyler trying to get there, trying to get the stripe, but a 122 light definitely going to hurt him. He goes 1 thou too far and breaks out. Well, Scott Taylor was 40 on the tree, goes 63 on a 61 because he owned the stripe.
I'll bring up our next pair of Cooper Chun, Derek Shirk. And this is what the beauty is of box category or mini bracket racing. These two faced off in round number 1.
Yeah.
And one of them had a buyback, and now they find themselves again in round number 3. Cooper Chun is a former Super Pro champ or a box champ in the Division 6 in the Northwest region of the country. Has finished number 3 in the world in Super Comp, and the kid's like only a year older than me, and like I aspire to be this kid when I get in a race car. Derek Shirk over there on the right hand side, one of the baddest looking 55s that I've seen at bracket race in a while, giving the head start to the dragster. Win alike, Cooper Chun, 509 with an 027 reaction time. Derek Shirk tried everything he could down there at the other end.
Yeah.
Got there first by 1,000th of a second, but broke out by more. 495 on a 499. And Cooper Chun actually turns around the result of the round number 1 face-off. So now
Payback.
those two are 1 for 1 on each other.
Yeah, payback. How many times have you seen, though, at a bracket race where somebody gets beat? Let's say you and I are racing and, you know, and I beat you round 1 and you buy back.
And then it's final round.
And then, no, and then you pay, then you do the buyback, you go into the buyback round, you win, Then starting round 2, we face off again, and it's 50-50, whether it's you going to win it or me going to win it again. I have been on the receiving end of getting beat by the same guy 2 rounds in a row, and it sucks.
It's like one of those moments where you're seeing red, and it's just blinding every single judgment that you have.
Oh, yeah.
And then you look back on some of the stuff that you did in those 2 runs, and then you're like, man, I'm just stupid.
I got to tell you, when you get to the stripe, if your brain is involved, you're usually not doing it good. You just got to, if it isn't happening, it isn't happening. Sometimes it's not your day. Hawker in the dragster out of Medicine Hat, 482 the dial. Craig, 511 in the dragster in the left lane. Leading it from end to end, Craig goes 15 on an 11 dial. 69 light, not going to be a record breaker, but definitely better than the 94 for Hawker. Moving around number 4.
That'll bring up our semifinals of Morrow Bros Ford Mustang Madness. It's where we're starting to get the real serious parts of our categories now. We're getting into the late rounds. All right, listen up, everybody. We're going to need the following categories to come up to the lanes now, please. Fixed Speed Open Comp. Fixed Speed Open Comp will take you to the lanes. West Coast Bikes will take you as well. And Calvert, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. West Coast Bikes and Fixed Speed Open Comp. Let's go ahead and get you to the lanes now, please. Fixed Speed Open Comp. West Coast Bikes and Calvert Racing, no box. To the lanes, please. Fixed Speed Open Comp, West Coast Bikes and Calvert Racing, no box. To the lanes, please. Win light of the first pair to set up our final rounds in Mustang Madness. Win light going to go to Steven Erickson, 865 on an 857 dial. Takes out Justin Keller, 1235 on an 1171 dial.
I'll tell you what, that first pair is everything that Mustang Madness is about, right? You have late model, big tire, aftermarket chassis, car in the right side. You got a Fox body with a small tire on the left side, stock suspension. Very simple combo. Both of them running down there, running on a dial in, so anybody's game. That is one of the fun things about Mustang Madness. Gordon with a 999 dial and goes down there, no way gonna do it when you're 197 on the tree. And you got Brent Calvert over there who dialed a 68 and is 10 on the tree. It's over. It's over before it started. Fig Speed Open Comp, we need you to the lanes. Fig Speed Open Comp, we need you to the lanes. West Coast Bikes, we need you to the lanes, please. West Coast Bikes to the lanes. Calvert Racing, no box, to the lanes, please. Calvert Racing, no box, to the lanes, please. Triple Index and Super Index, you are on standby. Disregard, Triple, come on down. Red Tide Canopies, Triple Index, we're calling you to the lanes now. Triple Index to the lanes, no box to the lanes, Bikes to the lanes, and Open Comp, you should be in the lanes, please.
Yeah, no box, you're going to be headed to lanes 5 and 6. No box, you're going to be headed to lanes 5 and 6, please. So let's get no box headed into the staging lanes, please. right, so Mike Orban and Jeff Young. Our MagnaFuel XDR category.
XDR is fun. I love
Mike
this
Orban.
category.
No show.
I know.
Bummer. So it is going to be a solo shot for Young in the Corvette.
Ooh, nice one, too. Dangling the left front
Ooh.
tire the whole way down.
It's 409.
Yeah,
Formula 409.
Yeah.
That was clean.
it was clean.
That was clean.
It was very clean. A little slow on the tree, but definitely a good run. They had one yesterday that was not great, so I know that crew is really happy to have that one happen there. Right now, we have Justin Gallant, who has been absolutely killer in this little Mustang so far this weekend, but here in XDR qualified in the number 5 spot with a 429. And Johnny Coleman, your number 1 qualifier in XDR, qualified with a 398.6 at 180 miles an hour. Johnny has just been consistent. And as we have said repeatedly, that car is bad. Big block Pro Charge combo on leaf springs. That car has been the world record holder on several occasions for a leaf spring. And a super, super nice guy. Great car. Justin Gallant is going to give him a run for his money if he can. And if Johnny falters at all and Justin is going A to B, this is going to be close.
Yeah, Justin already a 2-time Streetcar Super Nationals champ. So,
Another Canadian. Whoa, 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 whoa! Wow, I told you.
Goodness.
Justin left first, 48 on the tree to an 88 for Coleman. Coleman got out there, struck the tires, pedaled it, got over there near the center line, and had to hold on. That was close. 425. 5 beats a 429. Johnny Coleman crossed the finish line 3 thousandths of a second ahead of Justin Gallant. That was a hell of a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
See, that's the type of thing where I get the no time stuff, but when you see a drag race like that and are able to know that the true margin of victory was less than the blink of an eye.
Way less.
Less than the blink of an eye. It's like, that's it. And like you said, Johnny Coleman got out there, the car hiccuped.
Yeah.
Right? There was a hiccup. The window of opportunity for Justin Gallant opened momentarily. He jumped, and it closed just before he got there.
Oh, I'm telling you, I thought that's anybody's game right there. And when it's 3,000 3,000ths at the stripe, you ain't kidding. Like you said, Nate, if that was no time, we'd know that it was close. But you don't know how close.
Yeah. You don't know that it was like this guy got through by the skin of his teeth. Crazy.
I guarantee you that when the two of them were looking at each other going across the stripe, they didn't know who was going to win that one till they looked up at the wall and saw the big wind lights that are down here on the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway walls, because that was a heck of a run.
100%. 100%. So we're getting into our SMC race cars Outlaw 8.5 category. Brian Pearson, small tire, should be ready to go. Fig Speed Open Comp. Fig Speed Open Comp. We should have you paired up back there ready to roll. West Coast Bikes, we need you. Calvert Racing, no box. You should be making your way into lanes 5 and 6 as KJ Glennon makes the solo shot at 465, 161 miles an hour. Your number 1 qualifier just continuing to steamroll through the category.
Yeah, that thing was a little soft early, and I guarantee you that was them making a plan to see how they could hit it when these track conditions are right there in front of them later. That car has been printing tickets and has been super consistent all weekend long. That's awesome. Mike Aldrich out of Littleton, Colorado in the 89 Mustang in the right lane. And Sherry Castano in that 68 Camaro over here in the left lane in the Battle of Gray Machines. If you are not familiar with Outlaw 85, these are wee little bitty tires. Not small tire, wee little bitty tires. 26 inches tall, 8.5 wide. And they put a lot of power to the ground. Oh, this could be close. Aldrich was better on the tree by a lot, but Castano was doing everything she could to get there, but not enough. Aldrich goes 498.9, 144 mile an hour to get the win light.
All right. So again, getting down to that point where we've only got a handful of cars left in each category. We've got a ton of categories, but just a handful of cars in each category. So we are looking for, again, Brian Peterson, small tire. We should have you over in lanes 7 and 8. Fig Speed Open Comp is getting paired up and rolling forward in lanes 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes should be in lanes 3 and 4. West Coast Bikes should be in lanes 3 and 4. Calvert Racing, no box. We should have you in lanes 5 and 6. Let's get you done. And Red Tide Canopies Triple Index, we're going to get you in there and get you paired up as well.
Super Index Pro 275 Limited Small Tire. That's our next 3 classes that we are going to call. I know that as we go through later rounds, guys, you need some time to cool them and fuel them, but we'd ask that you are as efficient as possible. When we get into real late rounds, I know a few of you last year, I was calling you and you had just been down the racetrack, and I had a gentleman and gets into the lanes, and I walked down there to say hi to everybody. He said, "Chad, why are you calling us so fast?" I said, "Man, if you're in your pit, we don't know what's going on."
Nope.
We will not rush you once you're here in the lanes, but sometimes we need you to get here just so we know where you're at, right? And if you need to cool it, you need to do a couple of things to it, we are absolutely supportive of that. We want you to be ready to go down the racetrack, but if you're off there somewhere where we don't know, it makes us nervous. and we really do want to run a really efficient program out here today, so we appreciate you guys working with us.
All right, Chad, we need to give some stuff away.
I'm in.
We've got sweatshirts. We got all kinds of stuff. I think I have a suspicion here.
Okay.
Pro mod, 16 or younger.
So, Nate.
Yep.
Your little treasure chest over there.
I've got a stack of stuff we got to give away.
I know. It's awesome.
I have a stack of stuff that I've got to give away, and we're still going to have like one more Disney princess trivia question coming out, and it's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be, that'll come up right now. But I am looking for our first 5 race fans under, 14 or under. We'll
There
do
you go.
14 years older or younger. Our first 5 race fans with your parent that can come up here to the tower and tell us in Pro Mod what was the ET of the number 1 qualifier. Give you a hint. It was in the 3-second zone.
Yes. So if you come up,
14 years or younger.
yeah. Hey, Matt, not acting like you're 14 or younger, but actually,
this is
14
physical
or
age,
younger.
not mental capacity.
Yeah, exactly.
Not
so
mental
if
capacity.
you know who the number 1 qualifier was and what their ET was, actually, I don't even care about the name. If you just know the number,
I just need the number.
Yep.
I'll give you a hint. It was in the 3-second zone.
Right. So if you can come up here and give us that number and you are 14 or younger, the first 5 of you are going to win some cool stuff. Now, we're all over the fact that you guys are running to the tower right now, but no elbows coming up the stairs or anything, okay?
Yeah. We need to know what the number 1 qualifier ran. What was their ET? I'll give you a hint. It was 3-point-something seconds. 3-point-something seconds. If you come up here and tell us what they ran, I think we've got our first one is here. If you know what the number 1 qualifier's ET was in Pro Mod this weekend. It's a metric 14? You think so?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Hold on. I know the metric system is weird, but years are still years. Yeah.
3 more. You get a t-shirt? We're losing souls to shoot. What?
Somebody was walking across 3 and 4, lost the whole sole of his shoe on all that Total Venue Concepts track prep over there.
We have to
That's
get a
awesome.
scraper and
and get it off of
get
there.
it off there.
The good news is, if you flip it over upside down and smack it around in the glue, it'll glue itself right back onto the rest of your shoe. It'll be fine.
So, his sole stuck to the racetrack. Not the bottom of his shoe. It ripped his entire sole out of his body. It's that sticky out there. Like Peter Pan losing his shadow.
Right?
Like it was gone. Send it home with a Chilliwackian. That's one of those things, man. It'd be like, if you're from Chilliwack, you're called a Chilliwackian. You're a wacky.
I love it.
You're a wacky.
Custom Ford racer giving the answer.
Yeah. So again, we've got 3 more.
Or a Chillbilly. You're a Chillbilly.
Chillbilly.
That's what Custom Ford Racer says.
Dude,
you're a Chillbilly.
I love it.
Oh my God, I'm never forgetting that. We have kids. We have kids coming. All right, so she comes up and gives us the number, and it wasn't 3-point blank blank blank. It was 3-point blank blank with a, like you're supposed to. It's great. All right, we got 2 more to give away.
We've got
given
3
away
of our 5. All had the right number. 2 more are race fans that are, 14 or younger? And then kind of when we get probably through another few cars and we get a little downtime as we're getting cars paired up in the staging lanes, we'll be asking another question. But 2 more. If you know what our number 1 qualifier ran in Pro Mod, you are 14 or younger, come on up here to the tower, and we've got some nice hoodies. Couple of hoodies left.
We're getting ready. Final call for open comp and bikes. Final call. Calvert Racing, no box. And triple index. You should be in the lanes as well. Here's the deal. We're also going to do a giveaway in a little bit later for you adults. We're going to put a minimum age to win some VP race fuel. The guys have donated 3 $100 gift certificates, which is awesome. All right, we got one left. One more winner. Come on down. Like I said, we're going to give away $100 worth of VP race fuel to 3 different people later, and we're going to have a minimum age on that one.
Yeah, that one's, you're going to have to.
That's going to be the old people one.
Yeah, and you're going to have to know something. We're going to dig like deep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're going to dig deep. Oh, I think we got maybe our last one rolling in here right now.
All right, our final winner just came up. The answer was 3.68 with a 9.
Yep. 368 to get that top spot.
We are in no box. We are changing the run order just a little bit as we get our open comp and bikes folks situated. Basically what I'm telling you is, you no box guys come when we call, and you were better prepared, so we're getting you ready to rock and roll.
So a 10:26 down for Phil Koch on the left lane is going to equate to a winner. 52 to a 62. There was 1/100th of a second between them at this end of the racetrack. Ryan Edwards was 62 green and ends up breaking out. Gets there first by 24 thousandths of a second. So Phil Koch gets the win light as Steve Kachoyan and Mike Panunzio will be our next 2. Panunzio and the Camaro out of Utah rolling up. Yeah, $100 would buy a lot. There's Steve Kachoyan with a 12:05 dial. Lines up over the left side. Kachoyan's off and away green. Panunzio's green. The Camaro is going to be reeling in the Chevelle as they make their way down to the big end of the racetrack. Win light's going to go to Panunzio on a double breakout. Mike Panunzio was 18 green, gets there second, and goes 22 thousandths of a second under the dial. Steve Kachoyan was 90 green, took a 10th plus down at the stripe, and breaks out with 11.83 on a 12.05 as Dwayne Lyle and Ron Elsenbartle. That sounds like something we're talking about, like Disney trivia.
Yeah.
Elsenbartle.
Yeah.
Be like, let it go.
Yeah.
Just let it go. Oh, it let go.
It did.
Not the way that they wanted it to.
So while we're waiting for him to get down the racetrack, another big announcement. Gateway Classic cars just came down. Ken just came down and said, so I was in the showroom this morning, and I found out that we had a bunch of giveaway shirts that nobody had given away.
Hey.
And there was nobody there to tell me no. So Ken got 3 very large boxes of t-shirts, and they are giving them away free to anyone who comes over
It says hi?
to the Gateway Classic Cars booth in the Midway. You just need to go over there, say hi, tell them that Nate and Chad sent you, and you will get a free t-shirt. That is going to start in 10 minutes.
I think you should at least have to give like a secret phrase.
Ooh, I like that.
Like
What
if
do
you
we-
walk over to Gateway Classic Cars and say, I love the classics,
Ooh, I like it. There you go.
walk
That's
over
it.
to see Ken and say, I love the classics, Nate and Chad sent me, or Chad and Nate
Yep,
sent me.
absolutely. So you got to go over to Gateway Classic Cars in the vendor Midway, starting in 10 minutes, and tell them, I love the classics, and I want my free t-shirt, and they will give you one while supplies last.
That's cool.
folks. Very, very cool. Speaking of cool, our dude, John Taback, over there in the left lane in the little S10. Been printing tickets, go 16 red.
And that was a 2-for-1.
Chloe Lippin also, but goes way redder. Oh my God, that hurt. That's an example of where True Start would have come in,
Yes.
but we do not run that at this event. If you're not familiar, True Start is a first or worst that takes the severity of your red light into account.
Yeah, which one's worse, which one's worser?
Right. We're both not good, but one of us is way not
What?
gooder than the other one.
You are not gooder. Oh, not gooder. Mike Bolton, Sam Montgomery, they're going to be the pair on the line right now. Sam in the Nova, Bolton in the Mustang. 10:33 to a 9:43 head start to the Mustang, red light to the Mustang. Again, not that True Start would have made a difference. And I've noticed that most people, they're like, not a fan of True Start until it benefits them. Then they go, I love this.
Sounds like everything in drag racing.
Right? You're like, this is a really dumb idea. It's the greatest thing on earth.
I knew a lot of guys that were very adamant about not liking LED lights on a tree
Yeah.
till they realized that their slow butts would be quicker with an LED light. Quickly loving the LED lights.
Like, these things are great. Oh, Wesley Birmingham and David Trammell. 10:15 dial for the Nova left side. Birmingham's got the 974.
Pretty big disparity on the tree. And it translates to the other end as Wesley Birmingham goes 977 on a 74. Trammell breaks out.
All right, Johnny Coleman, need you to lanes, please. Johnny Coleman, come on down. Hey, Super Index, let's go ahead and get you headed this way, please. Super Index, come on down. Let's get you headed this way, please. Josh Edwards, trip, zip, perfect, dead on 1. 1 thou total. Jeff Taylor on the other side had a 005 light. And even with a 5 thou light, he could be dead on 0 and had no chance at winning that race.
And he was only 1 over. Like in any other pair in the previous 6, Jeff Taylor would have been going to the next round. That's one of those best losing package award kind of moments right there. Wow. Good job, Josh Edwards.
Oh, one total. Jeff Taylor's like, I'm 005 on the tree, and never mind. Forget it.
It's okay. It's fine. It's not my day, apparently.
Oh, my goodness. James Taggart getting the win light over Dennis Sato. Taggart 006 to Sato's 43 red.
Taggart's been really doing good this weekend. Running a number for sure every time down the racetrack. I was talking to the Calverts earlier. Paul Calvert, John's brother, who is on the starting line right now in that little Mustang 2, took out Brent Calvert, his nephew, John's son. And I said, man, the old man got you. And Brent goes, we don't talk about this anymore. John goes, yeah, we've decided whether he's pitted next to us or not, we're not talking to him anymore today.
We'll talk about Bruno. Luis Ortiz trying to get it done against Paul Calvert in the open comp category. Ortiz will get it. 979 on a 975. That's a 2-for-1. Ortiz is going to be coming back in the quarterfinals with a bye run.
Big RPM out of the Coyote in the right lane. Hilliard, way red. Gelderon in the left lane goes 008 green. Doesn't need to run a number at all, obviously, because of the red light, and he does not, lifting way early.
Greg Dreer running on the solo. 002 on the tree, and then 1053. All right. All right, racers, your attention, please. Racers, your attention, please. Let's get Pro 275. Pro 275, Frank Yee Race Solutions Limited Small Tire to 5 and 6. Limited Small Tire to 5 and 6.
All right. All right. Our next pair. In Brian Peterson's small tire, I think. Which one is me?
Yep.
Johnny Coleman out of Lakewood in that awesome 69 Camaro. We saw him run Gallant a few minutes ago in XDR. We saw that he went out there and struck the tires at about 300 feet and had to pedal it. Ended up winning by 0.003 of a second. I believe he ran a 425 to a 28. And we know this thing's 3-second capable. This is a no time category, but he's running in a time category as well. So I'm going to talk about it, but George Ragosa going to try and give him all he's got over there in the left lane. Ragosa all the way in. Johnny's all the way in. They leave together. Oh, Johnny getting real close to the center line down there, but getting another win. We've got Sean Letson coming up. Letson went over to the wrong side of the water box for his bye run. So we're backing him up, putting him where he's supposed to be. No harm, no foul.
All right, once again, racers, Pro 275 need you in the lanes. Frank Yee Racing Solutions Limited Small Tire need you into the lanes. Come on down.
Did you just want me to call race?
Hey, racers, we've got a racer in need. Racer in need. We need some Pump E85 fuel. We need Go Juice. We need Pump E85. If you've got Pump E85 available, we're looking for like 5 gallons. Sam Montgomery needs it. He's like gone deep, deep, deep into the rounds. and doesn't want a lack of fuel to prevent him from going further. So if you've got any pump E85, we got a racer in need coming up here to the tower. We'll get you his phone number. We'll get you hooked up with him. But I mean, you've come this far. We've come this far. We don't want to miss out. Sean Leston takes his solo shot.
All right, good luck.
And there you go. So our Brian Peterson small tire done. We got red tide canopies, triple index sitting under the arch. Super index should be paired up and ready to go. Pro 275, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Pro 275, you should be in the staging lanes, please.
Sam Montgomery, I think we got fuel for you. Watch your phone. Sam Montgomery, you're going to get a phone call here in a minute. And also Keith Risner has got 10 gallons for you if you want it as well. So we've got a couple of options for you. So Sam Montgomery, pay attention to your phone.
Caleb Shepard, Karen Mohoff racing it out for an opportunity to go into the semifinals. Shepard 1160 on an 1160. 084 and dead on one for Caleb Shepard. Karen Mohoff had a 278 reaction time, and that proved to, well, let's just say prevent her from advancing any further. As now Jeff Dye and Ryan Edwards going to try to get it done. Edwards, again, trying to make it happy birthday. This is happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, Mom. Can Ryan get it done? Answer is yes. 10-6-0-0 for Ryan Edwards with an 038 reaction time. Jeff Dye, 1063 on a 1060. Edwards not only advances, but will get a bye run into the finals. Dwayne Lyle, Craig Schell, winner's going to come back and take on Shepard. It's going to be Lyle. Lyle, 130 on the tree, 1065 on a 1060. Schell had a better reaction time. Was 32 on the tree, but ends up 0.2 of a second above the index. So we've decided it's going to be Shepard versus Lyle on one side of the ladder in triple index. And Edwards with a bye run on the other side. We go straight into super index. Stokesbury.
The Stokesberries taste like Stokesberries.
They do.
I cannot stop myself. I hate it. I'm sorry, but I love that car. That thing is so nice.
It's cool.
And we got a Katnick in the house. Canadian versus Californian.
Well, it's a good thing they did the abbreviation on that Maple Ridge to BC and not CA for Canada.
Oh, I know.
Right?
Yeah. Ooh. Stokesbury doing his job. What's it going to be down there? Oh,
nice.
Katnick knew he had to take the stripe, and he would not be able to get there, unfortunately, without breaking out. Stokesbury, 84 on the tree. goes 62 with a 5 on a 60 dial.
So we are going to get the Chevelle coming back to take on the Thunderbird. So LaFrenz rolls up, takes the light, and that's it. So we've decided our final and super index. It'll be Stokesbury versus LaFrenz.
Stokesbury's won this thing a few times.
All right, Chad. We're getting things situated back in the staging lanes. Getting more cars in here. We talked about the fact that we were going to give away 3 $100
Yes.
like gift certificates for VP Fuels.
Yes.
That one we're giving away, you've got to be, one of the racers that's here.
Yes.
Right? It's not like 12 or younger. It's
No.
You got to be like in the event.
Yes, you have to actually be entered. You don't have to still be in. If you lost, that's okay. But you had to actually have an entry under your name competing in the event.
So the first racer that can come up here and tell us Streetcar Super Nationals won 20 years ago. 20 years ago. Who won Heavy Street?
Whoa.
So Streetcar Super Nationals won.
Ron Lane, we're missing you. Sorry, Ron Link.
Link,
we're missing
Legend
you.
of Zelda, Link.
Yeah, exactly. Ron Link. We're missing you for Pro 275. Ron Link, we need you to the lanes for Pro 275, please.
So again, who won Heavy Street at Streetcar Super Nationals won. The first racer that can come up here and tell us it's worth $100 worth of VP fuel.
Yeah, it's a real deal.
All right, we've got our winner. Like, boom, just like that. Yeah, we need your actual name, not your Vegas stage name. Everybody has a Vegas stage name. Legally, Katie Webb. Legally, Katie Webb. You don't have a Vegas stage name like Starlight or something like that. Cinnamon, I don't know. All right, so Katie Webb, congratulations. First one up here knew that Monty Burney won Heavy Street The Streetcar Super Nationals 1. So again, we are looking for Link. Back in the staging lanes, please. Because we need to get Pro 275 rolling. Frank E Solutions Limited Small Tire. We need you in the lanes if you're not there yet.
On the live feed right now here on bangshift.com, Custom Ford Racer is on fire today. He's hearing us talk up here. He's like, ooh, cinnamon cupcake.
Cupcake?
I think he's hungry. I don't know.
All right, your attention, please. RacingJunk.com box category. RacingJunk.com box category. Let's get you headed into lanes 1 and 2. RacingJunk.com box. Let's get you headed to lanes 1 and 2, please. And Fig Speed Open Comp. Fig Speed Open Comp will get you headed into the staging lanes. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, you are on standby. All right, let's do one more giveaway.
I'm all over it.
One more giveaway.
I love giving stuff away.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, there is a lot happening right now between getting down into all of these categories and only a couple of cars left in each one, making sure that we give everybody enough turnaround time to make their way back into the staging lanes. But once again, RacingJunk.com box category, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Fig Speed Open Comp, need you back to the staging lanes. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you are on standby. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, we're going to be getting back to you here momentarily as well. So again, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, start putting them back together. Be ready. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, be ready. But we are looking for Fig Speed Open Comp and RacingJunk.com box category in the lanes, please. So we're going to have a competition solo for Brylan Holder. Holder rolling up in that Camaro that I do not know that in any of the times that I've watched Brylan go down the racetrack that car has sputtered, stuttered, slipped, moved more than 2 inches to the right or the left. It's just like somebody's put it on as a slot car out there on the racetrack.
Every single run, you are right. Some runs stronger than others, softer than others, what have you, but absolutely has gone down the racetrack, as far as I can remember, every single time that Brylan has pulled that thing up into the water box. That team should be really happy with themselves for this weekend.
Absolutely. And unfortunately for Ron Link, once again,
made it right down.
I mean, it may have moved a little bit to the left this time, and from my untrained ear, might have even, like, I don't know if he just sneezed.
Maybe.
That thing was perfect, man.
Hey, I got to tell you, the other thing is I think that car, if you were able to look at the data, I'll bet you that car has been quicker every lap going down the racetrack. So if you're doing that every round on a weekend, that you're doing it right, and I love it. Bodie in the left lane.
A little bit of drama last night.
Yeah.
But that's about all there was to it. Just trying to get the car to fire up. It wasn't real happy sitting under the arch. But once they got it fired up, it went right back to...
Seemed fine.
Yeah.
Here. Bodie runs real good to about 200 feet and shuts that thing off. Looks like it might have chattered the tire a tiny bit, but I guarantee you that the plan was an early shutoff. Barnhill down there. Hey, Patrick, was that a planned shutoff on that run? That's what I figured. Good job, you guys. You've been killing it. I know you've been working your butt off all weekend. We appreciate you being here, brother. All right, Lucarelli in the right lane. Henry in the left. Oh, wheel stand for Henry. Pedals it well, but Lucarelli getting the win. All right.
Hey, look, it's Jeff Godwin. Did I get that one right? Okay, just making sure.
You got it right.
What is it, Steve? That's Goodwin? Okay.
It's a good one and a God one and all kinds of them.
There is, man. This is one of those events where you get a Jeff Godwin, a Steve Goodwin, and God, I hope I win.
That's what I say every time I pull in the water box.
All right.
Godwin goes right down the racetrack.
Okay. So we should be getting our, racingjunk.com box category. Headed back to lanes 1 and 2. Fig Speed Open Comp needs you back to 3 and 4. And Arizona Race Company Real Steel, we need you making your way back to the staging lanes as well. Again, race fans, we're at that point where we've got like 6, 8, 4, 3, couple of cars left in each category. We are making our way through each of these categories very, very quickly. So let's take care of maybe like our final giveaways as we get the rest of our cars back in there.
I like it.
Question is, and I'm just going to make this one will be kind of an easy question. For our younger Golden Knights fans.
Ooh.
Because Eddie Maloney brought up some more Golden Knights stuff.
Which is cool.
If you are a Golden Knights fan,
yes.
Even if you're not a Golden Knights fan, you're just a hockey fan.
Okay.
We've got a vintage, and I'm going to say vintage because it's really not that vintage, but like from the first year of the Golden Knights.
Derek, I was say, haven't the Golden Knights only been here like a couple of years?
Like 7.
Oh, okay, 7. Oh, look, Alicia's like, no, 7 years, Chad.
But
pardon me,
Derek England
sports
was
matches are not my normal.
Derek England was one of the original Misfits, one of the original Knights.
Okay,
we got a bobblehead of Derek England, and we've got one of those nice little cool like street signs you can put up on the wall. So the first 2 race fans that are 15 years or younger can come up here and tell me who was the original goalie drafted by the Golden Knights, and where does he play now?
Ooh. I'm of no help because I don't know.
I am no help.
Alicia,
Isn't there somebody that wears...
You cannot be in the contest, Alicia, when you are sleeping with the officials. You are not allowed.
Wow. Isn't there...
You're not allowed. Right? The guy running the giveaway right here, I feel like that's a conflict of interest.
It is a conflict of interest.
So you're out. All right.
That's funny. Yeah, so the first 2 up here that are 15 years or younger who know who the Golden Knights' original goalie was. Oh. If you've already won a prize, you are not eligible for a second prize. Just a heads up. Just a heads up. We're wanting to make sure that we share the wealth. That's all. Yeah. We're sharing the wealth.
We have like some of these kids are run. We had a dad earlier. It was like, my God, stop giving stuff away.
We got some kids booking it up here. So the first 2 that are up here can tell me who the Golden Knights' original goalie was and where he plays now.
Okay. Look at Gage. Gage is like, he's trying to, he can't. Hold on.
Kim, again, remember the reference that Matt said, or that Chad said earlier about sleeping with the officials? No, I'm kidding. All right, so we got our first one up here that guessed, got the name of the goalie right, but not the current team. Google is your friend.
Her face was bright red. She was winded. She did 100 mile an hour up the stairs.
Go check Google.
I got half of it right.
Well, who does he play for now? We got our first winner.
We got it. It was Fleury.
Canadians count?
It was Fleury. No, and it, yeah. Okay. I forgot we had 2. I almost gave it away.
The street sign.
Yes. All right, so come on up.
The Calgary Flames? Why would we ask about the Calgary Flames in Vegas?
I thought that's what when you were barbecuing.
Oh, that's his favorite team?
When you're up in Canada and you're barbecuing, and you're like, look at the Calgary Flames there. Isn't that how that works?
Or I thought maybe it was in the summertime and, the state adjacent to us, it was the California Flames.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Because there's a lot of those.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we still got one more winner. You can look it up on Google because we had somebody came up here knew the goalie.
Oh, yeah.
Just needs to know what team that goalie plays for now.
I'll give you a hint. I didn't even know that the team that they said was a team.
Okay, we got our second guess. We got our second winner.
All right. This
And
poor
he combined, you know what? Here's the great part about it.
guy, I know.
It was Marc-Andre Fleury, but this kid's had way too much McDonald's because he said it's Marc-Andre McFlurry.
It was awesome. See, I'd have known it if it was McFlurry. I would have known it.
Yeah, I know a McFlurry.
I didn't know the Minnesota Wild was a thing. I don't know.
It's actually, he's on his quote-unquote retirement tour.
Oh, so what is he, 25, and he's going to retire with millions in the bank?
I think he's a little older than
He's
that.
30.
Yeah.
30 qualifies as a kid still to me. I've reached that age. I'm going to turn 52 years old on Tuesday, and now anybody under the age of 35 makes me feel like they're kids.
Oh,
he's
goodness.
39.
Okay. Hey, once again, racingjunk.com box. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Racingjunk.com box category. We need you in 1 and 2. And Arizona Race Company Real Steel. You need to be in the lanes. And Fig Speed Open Comp. We need you in the lanes, please. Yes. So I know somebody in here is going, wait, technically, what do you mean drafted? They had the expansion draft. I was talking about the expansion draft. When they started the Golden Knights, you're right, Fleury was not originally drafted into the NHL by the Knights, but in the expansion draft, Fleury was the goalie that was taken.
So let me ask you a question, since we have tractors, to make sure I understand this. So expansion draft is where when a new team is added to the whatever they call it, the circuit or the whatever that is.
Yep, into the league.
Thank you, league. That was the thing I was looking for. When they are doing a new franchise in the league, then I'm assuming that people that have their contracts that are about to expire are then in the draft that new team can grab, or how does that work?
So I'm not kind of the expert on this whole thing, but here's what I do remember. So you're putting together a new team.
Yeah.
And technically the new team gets to go around to all of the other teams and draft players from the other team to become part of the new team.
Okay.
Now the existing teams can put protections on a certain number of players.
Oh.
So they can say, look, for all of the guys that are on our list, you can't touch these, 4 or 5, whatever it is. So these guys are they're off limits.
So that you can't go just cherry pick the very best of everybody else and end up with the absolute dream team of, in this case, hockey.
Exactly. So you can go around and say, hey, I want, that guy and 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 that guy. And so you can pick all these players and then you put them together. And that's kind of why, at least here in Vegas, they were called the original Misfits.
Yeah.
Because John DeYoung and I were sitting talking about this last night. That they took a whole bunch of second and third line players that really weren't headliners on these other teams, brought them here to Vegas, and all of a sudden they were headliners that went to the Stanley Cup Finals in their first year. So it was just kind of fun. Absolutely. There's all kinds of cap. There's way too technical for my brain.
Right.
Because even Sato comes walking in and he's like, no, you got to keep cap in mind. And it gets crazy, right?
It sounds like it. Man, I like gasoline and tire smoke. You think that rules in drag racing are hard to understand?
It's like pucks and ice and how much could you spend? Shasta says they think it was like 6 players each team could protect.
Okay. And I don't follow any sports, like stick and ball sports at all. I do enjoy going to a baseball game or to a football game. I love going to hockey games. Love it. But I don't follow any of it like on TV or any of that.
Yeah.
I just want to go have a good time when it's time. And honestly, minor league hockey is some of the best hockey in the world.
Well,
oh my God, it's
minor
so
league
fun.
hockey is when, you just be like, I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out.
I know, which
that's,
is
that's
what I
pretty
love.
much what it is. It's awesome.
Yes.
All right. So back to the sport we're all here for.
Candy Larson and my oh my God, I love it crew cab Acadian. Over here in the right lane, dialed 693, and Scott Robinson. The NMP dragster. That's Neil and Parks for those of you that are under the age of 30. Added Chilliwack. He's a chillbilly. Dialed to 515.
From here on out, anybody that's from Chilliwack is going to be a chillbilly.
100%.
You're a chillbilly.
Absolutely. I'm craving some chili mac. I'm not going to lie now.
I am too. You know what? Hey Siri, where's the best chili mac in Vegas?
I love where your head's at.
Candy Larson going up against Scott Robinson. Candy gets the head start, trying to outrun the dragster, and just cannot.
Both of them absolutely late on the tree. Candy later gets down there, breaks out by a thou, and just mathematically not able to get there.
So next up going to be John Carvalho and Troy Hawker. Hawker in the green Challenger, Carvalho in the Camaro. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Let's get you headed back to the staging lanes, please. There are 3 of you left. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please.
Carvalho was dead late, and Hawker goes red. Ouch. Ouch. Hawker is not going to be happy. All he had to do was make sure he didn't let go of the button too early, and that was not in the cards.
Cooper Chun, Scott Taylor. You heard Gage talking earlier about Cooper, former division champ. The guy is just, we talked about earlier, actually took a couple of years out. Gage is, I'm not going to say really young, but still got a lot of life in front of him. Still got a lot of life, a lot more than I do. But the kid's young. Had to step away from the seat for a couple of years to take care of some pretty serious medical issues. When he stepped back in, it's like nothing was ever missed. He's got Scott Taylor out of Montana dialed in at 661. Over on the other side, can the 65 Chevelle get it done against the Mullis-built dragster over on the left side? Pretty much nothing between them at this end of the racetrack. Cooper was 11 on the tree. Taylor was 007. Win light's going to go to Cooper Chun.
Yeah, those guys were dead on. 007 for Taylor, 11 for Chun. Those guys both knocking the tree down like Paul Bunyan. Presimoni in the right lane in the Nova. 577 the dial, Tristan Craig. 511 the dial in the dragster. Whoa!
Is that something falling out of Tristan's car?
It kind of looked like it.
He's lost his marbles.
Yeah, gravel or something going out. I don't know. Well, apparently all it required was the mop to get rid of it.
Whatever. I mean, it literally looked like marbles falling out of the car. Tristan's lost his marbles.
If I had a quarter for every time somebody said that about me.
Right? Be like, I'd be a superhero.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good salary. I'm in for that deal. Casey Price getting the buy run. Over there in that 07 TNT dragster, 598 big block Chevrolet for power. Casey went down last time. Controlled the race from end to end. Got down there at about mile-an-hour cone at the 660 and started womping it. That dragster was doing the rock back and forth, getting a free time run right here. Ooh.
That's just mean.
It is. 008 goes 86.6 on an 87 dial. Sorry, 68.6 on a 67 dial.
She's locked in, man.
Oh, yeah.
She's locked in.
Don't touch a thing.
She may never give the dragster back.
Agreed.
Like, nope. Claimed. All right, we're going to move into our open comp category as we make our way out of theracingjunk.com. Hey, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Let's get Calvert Racing No Box. Calvert Racing No Box to lanes 1 and 2. And Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index to lanes 3 and 4. So Calvert Racing No Box to 1 and 2. Triple Index to 3 and 4, please.
It's Taggart, 1106 the dial. 48 on the tree, wins it. Oh my God, Gelderon. Hide the sharp objects, goes 003 green. Takes a 10th worth of stripe to break out. Oh. Luis Ortiz, 34 on the tree. Runs an 80 on his 75. Marin and Ron Link. Link getting the win. Link was in 2 categories, including, I believe it was Brian Peterson small tire that he did not show up for as they were working on that car. Clearly, whatever they needed to do, they got it done. That's awesome.
So that's a good thing. Mike Keenan, Jimmy Hovey.
Yeah, Hovey out of Paradise in that 68 Nova. That's honestly one of the simplest looking cars in the category. And he's going rounds. Keenan with that beautiful Chevy too. That thing has gone down the racetrack every run the entire weekend and gotten to about 200 to 300 feet and starts to climb the ring gear. I mean, it's starting to do a wheel stand. He's gotten it out there, and about half the time he's just whiffing off the pedal and back on it to get it to settle down, and the other half, that thing just sort of carries and rolls. But I think Keenan has
Ivory
that
lanes?
thing on the edge. Do what?
Sorry, you just said Keenan and then paused, and I went Ivory Waynes?
Yeah, exactly. Red light start for Jimmy Hovey. Oh, that is too bad. Looked like Keenan had him covered anyway, but Hovey throwing everything he had at it. Godwin over there in the right lane, wheels up. Milani over there in the Mustang stays ahead. Oh, sorry, Steve Goodwin. Goodwin out of Vail, Arizona, man. He gave it all he had, but Milani gets it.
All right, so as we're getting more cars paired up and ready to go back in the staging lanes, we should have Precision Turbo Pro Mod rolling up here very soon. Calbert No Box, you should be in 1 and 2. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index, we need you in 3 and 4. Let's go ahead and get RacingJunk.com box category back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Let's get you headed back. Also, racers, just wanted to remind you, what do we got? More giveaway stuff? Dude, I felt like, hey, I've succeeded. We got rid of all of it. And then they said, forget you. Look at all of this cool stuff. This is awesome. All right, we'll do more giveaways. Oh, by the way, we do have another $100 VP Fuel gift to give away. So, VP Fuel. Again, this is not for the kiddos. We are going to have more giveaways for the kiddos. But VP Fuel. And then I'm going to give you an announcement about, like, or a reminder about, get your photos from that guy. We'll talk about those. So, for $100 worth of VP Fuel.
This is for anybody that was entered in the event as a competitor.
So, the category that we currently run called Pro Mod.
Yep.
When PSCA started, what was that category called? What was the name of that category? The category that's currently Pro Mod, when PSCA first started, what was that category called?
That is for $100 worth of VP Racing Fuel.
So again, for $100, all right, Brian Peterson Small Tire. Brian Peterson Small Tire, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes as well, please. Brian Peterson Small Tire, let's get you headed back to the staging lanes as well. So again, for $100 worth of VP Fuel, the category currently known as Pro Mod. When we started PSCA, what was that category called? Also, racers, if you are semifinals, if you're in the semifinals, you need to complete a W-9 to receive your check, whether it's mailed to you, whether it's you pick it up here, whatever. You need to complete a W-9 to get your check. And remember that by tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., we do need to have the pit area cleared. If you are hanging out to race next week with us at the Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals, we still need to just kind of get you cleared out of the pits. We'll get you out front, get you into the stacking line, but we do need to have the pit area cleared out. Frank Yee gets beat again. I'm sorry, man. But hey, this one was only by a few thou. Frank Yee was close, but Crystal Lynch gets $100 worth of VP Fuel. We need to get you in touch with Mel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into Pro Modified, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, semi-final round. We have 3 cars. We're going to narrow it down to 2, and one of them is going to be Garrett Richards. Garrett Richards qualified number 3 with a 382. I believe he went 386 the last time down the racetrack. 383, Gage, the statistician, is telling me.
What did I eat for lunch yesterday? I forgot. But I will remember that.
Yeah. I am usually the number guy as well. I rarely have to have my notes, especially if I'm on the starting line. I always remember boom, 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 round to round. But it's a big event, and I'm old, so you know. But Richards, stop laughing at me, Gage. Stop laughing. That 2012 Shelby Mustang-bodied, big blown machine out of Tacoma, Washington. Look at that. Straight as a string, one tiny wiggle at the 330, and he goes 384, 195. Bracket car.
I mean, if with hindsight, Garrett Richards should have entered in box.
I'm telling you. Like, this dude is on a mission. Going to the final round. And now it's Durden. Oh, yes. Labate down here in the Firebird. I don't know if it's Labate or Labatt. I say Labatt because it makes me think of the beer, but I think it is Labate. I don't know. Do you really know?
They're saying it's Labate. They're giving me a thumbs up. It's
Labate. Awesome. All right. Thank you. All right. So it is Labate out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 526 cubic inch, 68 Firebird. And John Durden out of San Juan Bautista, California. And that 59 Corvette. The blow-up car. It's got a big blow-up. Durden qualified number 2 with an 82. Labate qualified number 1 with a 68. And it was awesome to watch. Turbo power over here in the right lane. Durden getting the thumbs up from his crew there, Gage. Lining both of them up into the water box, and here goes Labate. Doing the beautiful smoky burnout. So what do you think, big boy? I got to tell you, I'm going to pick Labate, and it isn't because he was the number 1 qualifier, but it's because there is just this. There's something near and dear to my heart about a Turbo Pro Mod car. You know, we won 2 national events with Lyle in the turbo car. The last turbocharged entry to run an NHRA national event trim in NHRA national events here. His second Wally was here, one of the black Wallies. Remember those, the anniversary editions? So you get Durden in that cool Corvette.
Well, I'm looking more, instead of like the emotional attachment to it, I'm kind of like looking at like the stats of this. Eric Labate, or Mike Labate, came in as the number 1 qualifier. He's also had a little bit of luck coming in on his side.
Yep.
John Durden, very stout race car.
Yep.
Qualified in the number 2 position. Got very lucky with a few of the runs. And so it is, if John Durden finds a way to turn it up just a little bit more, this could be one of the closest races we've seen in a while.
You are not kidding. They both lit the pre-stage bulbs. Waiting to get him in there. Labate starting to build boost. He's going to bump that thing in. Durden will go right in to help him out. And they leave together. Neither one of them happy right there at the hit. But wow, look at that. 376.7 at 207 mile an hour. Turbo speed right there. Mike Labate getting the win. 54 on the tree to Durden's 101. I'll tell you what, Durden was slow to 60. That thing made a wiggle, It went 1 flat to 60 foot. LeBate went 972 to 60 feet. Those guys turned it up. But that 76, they're going to have to be on it because we got that mid-80 bracket car that is going to be coming up against them in the final round here in Precision Turbo Pro Mod.
Again, John Durden did everything right that he could. If anything, he'll probably look back and say, I could probably have done better on the reaction time, but the team did their job. They looked back at the notes, and they were like, okay, we think we can give them a run with this, and if they make another mistake, we're going to be there to take it. Mike LeBate did not falter at all, and the high fives from the team down the starting line, that is a very good way to roll into the final round, especially when you got a guy like Garrett Richards who's going to be in the other lane next to you. That puts the confidence boost up to the max when you roll into the lanes for the final round.
Absolutely.
So we are going to roll into our Calvert Racing no box. What are we down to the quarterfinals? Right on. Right on. How about Josh Edwards, the street wagon? I mean, you cannot go wrong with the wagon. I think I am in agreement with everybody except for Josh's youngest daughter, Charlie. She says that Nova's ugly. I mean, how can you say such a thing? Edward says that the wagon's ugly. Charlie. That's Josh's daughter. Yeah. Who are you? I mean, the only thing that's ugly is that 003 red. Now Charlie's like really mad. Dwayne Lyle can move on. In his Camaro 1048 on the 1040 dial. To move on. Bring up Philip Koch in the El Camino, dial 1025. Sam Montgomery in his Chevy 2, dial 943. In set, ready to go. Tree drops down one side, two side, and another red light start. No, this ain't good. Phil Coke going to get the win. Oh, 49 green, trying to find 1025, goes 1026 at 129 miles an hour. So Phil Coke will face off against Lippin, who's got on the bye run this round.
Final two. No. We filled it pretty full.
Bring up Mike Panunzio and Wesley Birmingham. Wesley dialed 974. 1050 the dial for Panunzio. 1 green, 2 green. All right, we got ourselves a race. Oh, boy. Looks like somebody was ready and the other one was making sure they were really not ready. How about 006 for Mike Panunzio? Had a 10th to work with. Goes 1054 on a 1050 dial to get there first and turn on the win light. Let's go ahead and get fixed speed open comp. Fixed speed open comp to the lanes, please. Fixed speed open comp to the lanes. Fixed speed open comp to the lanes, please. Fixed speed open comp to the lane. Chloe Lippin on her laddered by for the dragster. 977. Going to be the dial. Goes 976.3 at 137. Face off against Phil Coke in the next round for the semifinals. You got more stuff to give away, Nate?
We do, Gage.
Right on.
We do. So, again, for our first, and the reason I'm saying this is because I believe this prize is something that one of our young lady race fans is really, really, really going to like. We've got a really nice Disney backpack as we get one of our Pro Mod cars up here, just going to run a solo. So a really cool Disney princess related backpack. We've only got the one of them. So the trivia question is going to be, and for our young race fans, young lady race fans, young girl race fans, you can come up here with your parent, 10 years old or younger. 10 years old or younger. And if you've already won a prize, we'll let somebody else win this prize. But if you are one of our young race fans, 10 years old or younger, young lady, the trivia question is, what is the name of the island that Disney owns where the Disney cruise ships go? So what is the name of the island that the Disney Corporation owns that if you go on a Disney cruise that they take you to? So what is the name of that island? If you are 10 years old or younger, the first young lady race fan gets a Disney Princess backpack. So if you know that, come on up here, give us the answer. And what is the name of the island that Disney owns, 10 years old or younger? One of our young lady race fans, we've got a Disney Princess backpack that you can get. And then, for any of our young race fans, Phil Barbie, who does muscle cars at the Strip, has come up here and donated, I think we've got 6 size small shirts and 6 size medium kids shirts. So we've got size small and size medium. Come up here and name me any of the newly crowned 2024 NHRA Sportsman Class champions. Brian Peterson, Small Tire. Brian Peterson, Small Tire. I think we've got our guess on the, what is the name of the island that Disney owns? First of all, what is your name? Alexis. And how old are you? 9. Do you know the name of the island that Disney owns? What is it? Castaway Cay. You got it. Congratulations. So we've got a Disney Princess backpack for you. Congratulations. You're welcome. All right, so again, Brian Peterson, Small Tire. Brian Peterson, small tire, let's get you into the staging lanes, please. Brian Peterson, small tire, we need you into the staging, please. Come on down. So we just finished up our Calvert Racing no box. We should have red tide canopies, triple index. RacingJunk.com box, we need you to 5 and 6. RacingJunk.com box category, we need you to 5 and 6, please. So we are into I'm going to start saying triple index. I'm just losing my mind. Triple index down to our final three. Caleb Shepard, Dwayne Lyle racing for the opportunity to come back and take on Ryan Edwards. Shepard out of the right lane, 1160 is the index. Dwayne Lyle, 1060. Winner is going to be Caleb Shepard. Caleb, 100 on the tree. Dwayne Lyle had doubled that, and when they got down to the stripe, Dwayne got there first by 26 thousandths of a second and breaks out with a 10:56 on the 10:60. So Shepard will be back. It's going to be a Mustang versus the Nova in the final of Red Tide Canopies triple index category. Ryan and John have both said, Ryan's got happy birthday mom on the car. John's got happy birthday Nicole on the car. And Ryan's going to try to take a trophy home for mom at the end of the day. So Edwards and Shepard will decide our final racer standing in the Red Tide Canopies triple index category. So again, racingjunk.com box, you've been called into the staging lanes. Racingjunk.com box, you've been called into the staging lanes. Fig Speed Open Comp, Fig Speed Open Comp. Let's get you back into the lanes, please. Fig Speed Open Comp. Let's get you back into the lanes. Fig Speed Open Comp, you're going into lanes 7 and 8. Fig Speed Open Comp, you're going to be headed into lanes 7 and 8. And again, just a little heads up for our no box and box competitors. It's going to be kind of quick turnarounds for you guys as we're going to get everybody down into the finals. So you are going to have a couple of quick turnarounds before we get into it. Oh, CFR. I like it. Once again, racers, we need to have, before the day is over, just a reminder, we're going to have the pits cleared out by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to have all of the rigs out of there by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning so that we can clean up and reset for our Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals. So again, Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals is going to be coming up next weekend. If you are sticking around to race with us for the Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals, you are welcome to do so, but it will be on the other side of the gate in the stacking area, so you'll be able to go out there. But we do need to have the pits cleared out by 9 a.m. If you are one of our racers that is getting paid here, all semifinalists, you are going to need to complete a W-9 in order to receive your check. So let's make sure that we get those taken care of. Also a reminder, before you head out the gate, make sure you swing by and see the Extreme Photography team. They are located on the left side of the tower in the RV. So get down there and see Rob. He'll get you taken care of with a photo of your car from running here at the Street Car Super Nationals 20. All right, so again, if you are one of our smaller-sized race fans that's on property, I've still got 5 medium shirts and I think 6 small shirts. All you have to do to claim one of these shirts from Muscle Cars, come up here and name one of the NHRA recently crowned sportsman category champions. You do need to be present to win. I know everybody in the chat bleachers is like, hey, we got that. John Tabak is back up here. My man has had a pretty good weekend. I'm trying to convince him that he should stick around for Thanksgiving, but he says he's got to go home and do some nasty 4-letter word called work. It's terrible stuff, dude.
Unfortunately, that is the case, but Yeah, I guess we're going to start the process of packing up. We're not going to be in a rush, but we are going to get that started. So I thought I'd just come up here and say goodbye and thank you very much. I've had a great time.
And then you had a microphone thrown in your face.
Well, that's that was by I volunteered for that.
Got it. So you're not so bright.
No.
You're like, I want to get out of here. Hey, can I be on the mic?
Yeah.
Dude, it's good to have you here. We are into our small tire category. Let's talk about it. I'll get right. It's Sean Leston, the 87 Mustang, 302 under the hood, and on your lane, I mean, come on. The guy has been unstoppable this week.
Johnny Coleman. I like his name.
I do too. Who's Johnny? He said. So, man, the 87 Mustang coming in out of Spokane, Washington. The folks of the Great Northwest trying to get it done.
Well, look at that. Johnny Coleman out there making it look easy. A to B.
Goodness.
Huge gap. I don't know how many bus links it was, but it was a few. So
Yeah,
at
I think
any
it was
rate,
4
I
Greyhounds.
just one more time want to say goodbye, everybody. Had a little bit of a rough day. I'm usually the weakest link in my program is the driver. That's probably true for most teams out there, but the little S10 really let me down today. That was pretty rough to take, but we'll load it up, we'll fix it, and we'll come back. Anyways, once again, thanks everybody. I've had a great time, and we'll see you soon.
Well, thank you very much, John. We appreciate you being out here. And, yeah, we've all had things that have let us down, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's like the running joke that I had, NFL fan, loved the Saints for years and years and years. I've always said that I would like the New Orleans Saints defense to be the pallbearers at my funeral so they can let me down one more time.
I love it. Well, John, seriously, thank you, dude. It was so awesome hanging out with you this weekend. Thank you so much for coming up when you were not working on that thing and not printing tickets, but we appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to the next time. I hope I get to make it up there to Mission and have some fun with you guys. I know you put on a hell of a race up there. I know you guys have Door Wars coming. You have a lot of stuff for the 2025 season. If you have not been up there to Mission yet, man, check out their schedule. They have a lot of great races going on, and it sounds like just a great group of people up there. It's one of those racetracks. You know, we always say it, support your local racetracks. And every once in a while, it's fun to go somewhere new, and Mission could be the new one for you in 2025. Check out the schedule and see where you can go, and make sure you say hi to John when you get there.
It's officially 24 feet above sea level, right beside the rivers, got a view of the mountains, and in Jeff Lutz's words, they've even got bald eagles.
Dude.
It's also freshly ground by TVC.
Huh.
Yeah.
How
When are
far
we
away
going
is
to
this
Mi-
place?
Yeah, when are we going to Mission? When are we going to Mission? I say we make the pilgrimage.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. For me, being from here,
Yeah.
it's not until July
Yeah, that's a good point.
because it's probably chilly
Yeah.
than I ever would want it to be.
Yeah, you need the warm weather. You need the warm weather. I'm okay. I'm either way. Hoodie weather is my deal. Thank you again, John. Seriously appreciate it so much. Be careful going home. Be safe. Have fun. And tell the rest of the Canadians how much we appreciate them being here. It's been awesome.
So into our box category, the racingjunk.com box category, Nick versus John. Press Simone in the Nova, John in the Camaro. Win light's going to go to John Carvalho Jr., 047 on the tree and 639 on a 638. John moving into the next go-round of the electronics category here. And. I believe. Yeah, I always say that. That's what pops in my head. You say, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. So, Panunzio or Robinson. Excuse me, Casely Price or Robinson. Helps if I look at the right ladder. I'm looking at non-ego, and this doesn't make sense.
Casely Price has been really, really good. And today, I am telling you, that girl has done it right every time she has pulled up to the starting line. 470 her dial. Robinson 512. He's out of Chilliwack, a Chillbilly. He's going to have to earn it against Casely today. Ho-ho! She's doing it again with the big womp, womp, womps down there. 3 on the tree, 71 with a 7 on a 70 dial. Robinson 028 on the tree, dead on with a 2, but cannot make it up with that 003.
Dude, I'm trying to think about in eliminations. I think her worst light has been 13.
I was just going to say, and I think that was one round.
Yeah.
The rest have all been
00.
Well,
no, I think did she have a 10?
She
I don't know.
maybe.
Look, her worst light has been 13.
Yeah. And several that were 3, 4, or 5.
Oh, my.
I love it. That's awesome.
She's playing bingo with the 00 reaction time.
Yeah. Cooper Chun out of Vancouver getting the single. And that Mullis dragster over there.
Hey, show off.
Trip zip. 06 with a 3 on a 07 dial. Don't touch a thing.
Nope.
The two of them are going to be awesome to watch in the final.
Well, we got 3 left.
Oh, 3 left.
3 left.
Oh, wow.
But I'm trying to think about it, and I don't know exactly how Mel. He's probably got everybody on the ladder, but we'll see. But oh my, the box category is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. We're getting into open comp. All right, Calvert Racing, no box. Calvert Racing, no box. Need you back into the staging lanes, please. Calvert Racing, no box. And Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. We need you into the staging lanes, please. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. And Morrow Brothers, well, no, we'll get into the finals here in a minute. But Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, come on down. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, come on down. RacingJunk.com box category. I know you just ran, but giving you a heads up, you are going to get a call soon.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the point here, folks. You know, we are jamming through this. There is going to be some point at which we just say all finalists.
Well, we're close.
Yeah, we're real close to that. And so we'll run you as you get up here for sure on that. But Taggart in the right lane has been printing tickets as well, but so is Luis Ortiz in that 85 Grand Prix. They are dead nuts even on the starting line. Running on down. Oh, and it's Ortiz, 79 on a 75. Taggart did it right, 13 on the tree, but not able to get there, hammering the brakes, trying to make the dump, and not able to push Ortiz out the back door. And Dreher goes 004 red, knocking the tree over, and they need to back it off just a skosh. But a 51 with a 9 on a 55 dial means that car is ready to rock and roll. If you have not gotten event photos from Robert Grice yet, you need to come to the motorhome that is right behind the tower. He is going to get you taken care of. I know there were some people over there waiting in line, and the line is short, so you guys need to go over there if you want to order your photos. They will get them done for you right now. Has some cool deals going on and some amazing shots here this weekend.
Yes, they do. So again, we need Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. Calvert Racing, no box. And again, for our RacingJunk.com box racers, I know you just got done. We are going to need you to cool them, fuel them, get right back in, because pretty much that's all we have left that are not finals.
You know what I always tell people? Like, I know that sometimes, you know, we get the late rounds or we get at the end and people are rushing. right? And I know sometimes guys get frustrated with that. And I always tell them you shouldn't be frustrated. You should be glad you're getting rushed.
Because you're still here.
Yeah. There are guys that are in the trailer. They're like, dude, I wish I was getting
They got
rushed.
all the time in the world for the rest of the day because
Yeah.
they got nowhere to be.
Exactly.
They don't need to be in the lanes. You
What-
do. All right, my friend.
Do we have somebody who's about to win something?
He's
up
about to get a prize. I'm guessing you're probably a size small T-shirt. Yeah. So we've got a bunch of T-shirts that Phil brought up here from Muscle Cars at the Strip.
Yep.
All you have to do, if you're one of our younger race fans that fits in like a size small or a size medium shirt, you come up here and you name for us any of the sportsman class NHRA champions from this year that were just crowned.
Yep.
You get a shirt. So, my friend, what's your name? Lennox?
That's a great name.
Dude, I like that.
Lennox.
Like Lennox Lewis, man.
Yeah.
Yeah?
He's
Even
gonna be
Dad's out here nodding like,
Dude, you're going to be
So
a
you're-
lady killer, too, with those eyes. This kid
Dude, you're
is
gonna-
the cutest kid on the
you're awesome.
planet right here.
So, which of the champions do you know? Val Torres.
Val Torres.
Super gas.
Absolutely.
Out of
Good job,
California.
Bubba. Good job.
All right, hang on. So I'm going to get you your shirt, man. That's all you got to do. If you are a kid, size medium or size small T-shirt, we've got a handful of them left. Come up here, name one of the champs, you get a shirt.
Want to thank Phil Painter. You are very welcome, Lennox. Thank you. You are welcome, Lennox. Thank you so much for coming out, buddy. Yeah, have fun. I'll tell you, Phil Painter is an awesome guy. I love Phil. Puts on Muscle Cars at the Strip. Originally, that event was Mopars at the Strip. And I will never forget the first time I came to that event. Came to Mopars at the Strip before it expanded. And they had the Racer Appreciation Party.
Yes.
That happens over at the, the
Cannery.
music venue. Yeah, inside
cannery.
the like courtyard of the cannery. They'd select a few racers to put their cars on display, a band playing, the bar going, all the things. And I was like, man, this is a special deal. If you have not been to this event, it is an event to come to for sure. Muscle Cars at the Strip is super cool. And I don't know how many years it's been going on. It's a long time.
A while.
Yeah.
A while.
And very cool. So thank you, Phil Painter and the Muscle Cars at the Strip crew. We appreciate you guys bringing up shirts.
All right, so once again, racingjunk.com box. Let's get you back to the staging lanes, please. Come on down.
Lisa the lefty. That's what it is. There is no.
All right. So again, if you are one of our young race fans, you can name one of our NHRA sportsman world champions. Come on up here, give us a name. We'll give you a T-shirt in exchange. Again, we're looking. I think we've got open comp, no box should be headed back there. Box, let's get you headed back. And Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, come on. When we get to the point where we're running finals, we're just going to call all of you.
Yeah.
So just be ready for that. Here's the other thing, Chad. Phil gave us a handful of shirts.
Yes.
He gave us a couple of shirts that I can't wear.
You cannot.
You
Could.
can't wear. So here's what I'm going to say. We've got 2 triple X shirts, 3X
So if
size T-shirts.
If you refer to yourself as round as a shape,
If you're a biggin,
yeah.
right? Like I'm a husky fella. If you are a husky fella and would like a 3X size free T-shirt, we got 2 of them. I'm going to be sensitive. I'm not going to say you got to race up here. Nor am I going to say, you just got to get up here. Secret, there's an elevator if you need it.
Yes. If
I'm
you
not-
don't come up the stairs and instead through the bottom door right by the stairs, there
If you
is an
need it.
elevator.
But yeah, we got 2 3X shirts. if you are eligible for one of those and that's the size that works for you, we got 2 of those. All right, so I'm down to 2 medium shirts. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 small shirts. I might be losing, I'm not sure. We looking for a, yeah, all right, so I'm down to 1 XXX.
You didn't need to run, dude. We told you not to run. That's awesome. You are welcome. All right, we have 1 XXX shirt left. 1 XXX shirt left.
I agree, man. Somebody's also, you're giving away a sleeping bag? Or an Alabama, John Victo. Victorino. It's an Alabama medium.
I love it.
That's fantastic.
Victo, you are the man. John Victorino has raced here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, I don't even know how many times. And regardless of how good or bad he does, there is never a time where Victo is not smiling and or offering his car for somebody else to drive. He has offered for me to drive that thing so many times I can't even count. I'm always streaming or something else. All right, the Gateway Classic cars, folks, still have some 2Xs at their booth. And all you got to do is walk up and say, I love the Classics, and they'll hand you a free shirt over there at the Gateway Classic cars display in the Midway.
Oh.
No. They are going
right down by the tower.
They're going to be right
Bottom
down at the bottom of the tower. Instead, if you come up and you wear a 2X, tell them I love the Classics. And the Gateway Classic Cars crew will give you a free 2X t-shirt. The Alabama medium. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely. All right.
Away we go in our no box category. Phil Koch and Chloe Lippin. Lippin drops it red.
Way red.
Ooh.
Ouch. Panunzio out of Plain City, Utah, coming up in the 67 Camaro in the left lane. Dwayne Lyle over there in the late model Camaro in the left lane. 1040 and 1055 or 54 are the dials. They're close at the tree, but maybe not close enough. Panunzio with the win and a double breakout. 34 on the tree goes 48 on a 54 dial. Lyle was 48 on the tree and thought, oh, I need all of it, and just ran down there, and unfortunately did not take the stripe and broke out by more. Ouch. The brake pedal would have been your friend there. Ron Mortimer is in the chat. What? And Mortimer says a 3X is also called a smart car cover.
Oh, dude, that's funny.
That is good.
That's funny. Oh, we do have one more VP. Hey, this is kind of an important non-racing related announcement. Really important non-racing related announcement. We have had a set of rings that were turned into us, not piston rings, finger rings, that somebody left in the women's restroom, I guess down near the grandstands or somewhere. They have been turned into us. So if you were washing your hands in the women's restroom, took your rings off and walked away and forgot them, they have been returned, and we would love to get them returned to you. So if you forgot your rings somewhere, if you lost your rings somewhere, we would love to get them back to you. So we would definitely love to get them back to you. Again, if you were washing your hands in the women's restroom, walked away, forgot your rings, they have been turned in. We have them up here in the announcer booth. Come up here, describe them to us, and we will happily return your rings to you.
Here we are in box. John Carvalho Jr. getting the bye run. Goes 58 on the tree, 37 on a 39 dial, and is going to the final.
So we're going to have a door car versus a dragster. And John Carvalho, one way or the other, is going to need or have to face off with one of the young guns.
And not only the young guns, but the sharp-shooting young guns. Kaisley Price was 003 on the tree last time. Cooper Chun was trip zip. Again, Cooper and Casely ran, 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
003 and a trip zip. So
And they've
this
both
is
been
a
dead on.
run. Yeah, dead on, dead on, dead on.
Either
This-
way, whoever wins this, John Carvalho, I don't want to be you.
No.
I mean, I do want to be you because you're in the final, but
Oh! Cooper Chun goes 11 on the tree, his worst light in rounds, and Casely Price goes 15 red.
ouch.
Ouch is right.
Oh.
Cooper Chun going to the final. Okay, we're going to give away our final $100 credit for VP Racing Fuel. And Mel asked us to use this question,
Yep.
and we think he made it a little difficult, so we're going to ease it up a little bit. So there are two racers who have been competing this weekend here at the 20th Streetcar Super Nationals, who also competed at the very first.
Every one of them.
Yeah,
It's the thing.
and
Every
every
one
one
of
of them. Every single Streetcar Super Nationals. So there are two drivers, and if you can come up here and name one of them.
And correctly spell their name.
Yeah,
Correctly spell
that's
their name.
getting a
Mel's
big boo.
booing us. Mel's
Yeah.
booing us. But I'm telling you, man, both of them might be.
If you can name both, we want to hear it.
Yeah.
But the first person that can get up here and give us one of these two gentlemen who have raced in every Streetcar Super Nationals. Alicia, you're still out of contention.
How come
I don't know if you recognize this guy over here, but
the same crew people come in every time going, ooh, I know. And we're like, you're not eligible.
Well, the prize I can really use.
I know you could probably really use the prize, but you are ineligible to participate in today's promotion. So we are down to one semifinal left, which, by the way, I think I've got 4 small T-shirts left up here for the kids. We've got several 2X. If you wear a 2X T-shirt, our friends at Gateway Classic Cars wants to make sure that we hook you up with a shirt. So if you wear a 2X shirt, come on over to the tower and say, I love Chad. No, actually, it's I love the classics. Chad qualifies as a classic. Look at that. He's classic. But if you wear a 2X shirt, come on up here to the tower, say, I love the classics, and we will get you set up with that. I believe our Real Steel semifinal is headed up here now.
my
Then we're
phone
gonna be down
rang.
to all finals, yeah?
My phone rang, and it was Heather Roth, the brains and the beauty behind this entire operation.
Well, because we
Mel's
know
lovely
Mel
wife.
is neither.
And she called to confirm that she knew that one of the names. And I'm, you're still not eligible, Heather.
Yeah. Well, you dang well better know who they are. You keep the
come on.
records.
Yeah. She was laughing. I knew it. She says it was awesome.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
All right.
So, again, if you can name one of the 2 racers that have raced at all 20 Streetcar Super Nationals, that's worth $100 worth of VP fuel. Oh, we think we got one.
George Ragosa.
Okay, we got
Got
one.
one.
Do you know who the other one was? What? I did. We did. He did boo us, but
But we're making
we're in
the
charge
rules.
of the giveaway.
Yeah.
You gave us a great
You did
question.
it. You did. You did. All right. George Ragosa and Guthrie. It's Ragosa and Guthrie. And Sherry came up here and owned it. Good job.
Hey, man, we want to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to Dustin, our VP Fuels guy, for tossing out 3 $100 packages worth of VP race fuel.
And
How cool is that?
Yeah, and
That's awesome.
he reached out to us, well, through Mel,
Yeah.
immediately when we started giving things away yesterday.
He did.
Immediately.
He's like, look, I'm in.
Yeah. And not one, not two, but 3 $100 credits for VP Racing Fuel. Come
I
on.
mean, that's nuts. That's nuts. So, I mean, you know, Phil Painter came up, gave us a bunch of shirts. A lot of the teams came up, gave us a bunch of shirts. The folks at Gateway Classics gave us shirts. And all these people come up and said, you know what? We want to just have a little bit of fun with this. Let the fans get out of here with some cool stuff. The racers get out of here with some cool stuff. I like it. Look at that shot. The camera guys are doing pretty good.
I know. I need to thank Les Mayhew and Neil Sabo, who Neil is my partner in crime, helping me all the time on these live streams more and more the last 2 years, and I really appreciate him. Just don't tell him I said it. And then Les Mayhew, who answered the call and came up from Orange County to be my starting line camera guy this weekend. And, you know, we put this bangshift.com live stream together as a last minute thing here with great sponsors. And I'm going to give them some more love in a minute. But I just wanted to thank my guys for holding down the fort while I'm up here goofing off and having fun announcing the event with Nate, and really do appreciate it. So thank you to you guys. I know you probably can't hear me and you're not listening, but I do appreciate it. And if you see those guys, make sure you thank them. But here we go. This is Real Steel, semifinal. Mike Keenan out of Albuquerque in that beautiful Nova, and Alessandro Milani.
Potentially looking to try and get into a second final here today.
I know, and that's the crazy part.
Wow.
Let's see. Oh, wheels up in the left lane. Little bit of smoke down there from Keenan. Little bit of smoke down there from Keenan. We're going to have to check that out. Alessandro was trying to get into a second final. Wow.
Little bit of smoke?
Yeah, I'm just going to call it a skosh.
I'm just saying, that's like watching somebody lay on the ground with their eyes roll back in their head, knocked out, and be like, he might have bumped his head.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I have faith. It's great. It's great. Ron Link just taking the stripe for the bye run. And it's going to be Link and Keenan. But Keenan was smoking down there. So let's see. So far, we're getting word that the racetrack is clean.
Let's just keep it that way.
Yeah. All right, we're being told it's water. So maybe that thing lifted a head gasket. That's fine. It'll cool off and be right back at it. It's no big deal.
Oh, my goodness. That was classic. Oh. Apparently, we're resolving to taste testing whatever liquid happens to be on the racetrack. Be like, well, how do you know? Well, I tasted it. It's gear oil.
You guys have to understand, like, that's so funny to us up here because it wasn't yesterday, it was Friday that the time slip girl said, there's stuff up here on the ground and I think it's water. And then she says, yeah, it's water. I tasted it. At which point everybody else on the staff starts laughing. It was priceless. Absolutely priceless. So when our safety safari said, it's all right, we got a little bit of water up here, Brad on the starting line goes, are you sure? Did you taste it? Oh, God.
All right. So, racers, we've gotten to the point where all we have left are finals.
Finals. Yes.
It's the finals.
I love finals.
Every category has 2 cars left in it, and here's what we're going to do. So, racers, if you have made your way into a final round, there are a couple of instructions that we're going to be giving you. Number 1, when you make your way into the staging lanes, you are going to come up in a single lane, nose to tail. So rather than having you side by side back in the staging lanes, for example, Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you're going to go into lane number 1. Lane number 1, nose to tail. We'll figure out lanes. We'll get all that squared away before we send you up. But Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you're going to go to lane number 1. Red Tide canopies, triple index, you're going to be in lane number 2. Super Index, you will be in lane number 3. Fig Speed Open Comp, you're going to lane number 4. Calvert Racing No Box, we're going to get you in lane number 5. RacingJunk.com box to lane number 6. MagnaFuel XDR to lane number 7. And Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to lane number 8. You're going to make your way into those staging lanes. Don't worry if we haven't called you yet. We've got like 124 categories and only 8 staging lanes. All right, maybe it's not 124, but we've got a few categories and only a handful of lanes. So, again, Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, lane number 1. Red Tide Canopies, triple index, lane number 2. Super Index, lane number 3. Fig Speed Open Comp, lane number 4. Calvert Racing No Box, lane number 5. RacingJunk.com box, lane number 6. MagnaFuel XDR, lane number 7. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, lane number 8. Go ahead and start making your way into the staging lanes, nose to tail, please. Also, if you have made your way into the finals, winners and runner-ups. So pretty much that's both of you. One of you will be a winner, one of you will be a runner-up. We will ask you to come back down the return road all the way down in front of the grandstands. Again, lined up nose to tail, single file, tucked up as close to the grandstand curb as you possibly can. And you will hang out there until we've run all of the finals, and we'll start taking all of our winner circle photos. So again, you will be tucked up right as close as you can against the grandstands. Everybody's going to have to stay on the grandstand side of their car. We don't want to be out on the return road because we are talking about an active and live racing, racetrack. We'll just leave it at that. So again, let's get our finalists making their way into the lanes according to the lane you were assigned. Once you have made your run, one of you will be a winner. One of you will be the first runner-up. You are both going to come down the return road, line up in front of the grandstands, single file as close to the grandstands as you can, and stay on the grandstand side of your car while we finish running the remainder of our finals. But again, Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, lane number 1. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index, lane number 2. Super Index, lane number 3. Fig Speed Open Comp, lane number 4. Calvert Racing No Box, lane number 5. RacingJunk.com box, lane number 6. MagnaFuel Extreme Drag Radial, lane number 7. And Mickey Thompson X275, lane number 8. Come on down, please. Gotta tell you what, man. What else we got? So again, if you are a size 2X, you want a free t-shirt, coming up here and say hi before you leave. See the extreme photos, folks, in the RV before you go. Get your photo. What else do we got? Thanks to everybody that brought up goodies. Most importantly, thank you so much, the folks at Gateway Classic Cars, title sponsor of this 20th anniversary Streetcar Super Nationals. Again, if you are looking for your dream car, if you are looking for something that just will not leave the back of your mind, and in order to sustain your mental stability, you need to get that car. The folks that you need to go to is Gateway. They talked about the VIP service that you can be provided. You can go online, start looking for the car. I guarantee you they have phones that work. You can give them a call and say, hey, I'm looking for this. They'll help you there. Again, if you want that no pressure sales situation, go online. Find the couple that you're looking at. Tell them, hey, I want to look at this, this, and this. They'll get you hooked up. Like Chad said, they'll do the full-on video tour, like FaceTime, whatever you want, at your convenience. Go through the whole car. You can go in, take a look at it. Whatever you need, they are going to work with you. They are going to help you out. And like I said the other day, all I said is, I'm interested in a 67 Chevy, and all of a sudden, boom, I had 10 options.
I am, in fact, taller than this.
Only with your beanie on.
No, with the beanie.
Okay, hold on. So when I said Kaisley being not taller than the scoop, apparently she did measure herself. She says, I've got the scoop with my beanie off by 1/4 of an inch. Here's the word that's really good about this, right? You have an advantage over the rest of the world. You are the only person in your pit that can walk under the wing of your car without ducking. You're good.
I can get shade from the sun.
Hey, given the number of people we know who have about knocked their eye out or knocked themselves out running into their own wing, and we all know
She's
people
good.
who have done it.
It's good.
Safety first, right? I mean, it was. I mean, dude, you were putting on a clinic. It was awesome. Oh, God. Hey, I want to take this opportunity to thank Gateway Classic Cars for being one of our live broadcast sponsors, but also Artex Racing, the fine folks at Titanium Auto Group, Redline Synthetic Oil, Molly Motorsport, and Holly Performance Parts, as well as RPM Roll Bars, D. Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, and Hayward Homes. We could not have done it without them. And I don't mean that figuratively. I mean that literally.
All right, I've snuck in, everybody. I've snuck in. While it is quiet, and while Chad is out, let's make sure we get the like goals up. Let's try and get at least 500 for all the work with all of our sponsors: Holly FI, Melee Motorsports, Artex Racing, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, Redline Oil, PM Roll Bars, Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, Summit Racing, Hayward Homes, Fuel Tech, everybody. They would really appreciate it if you guys would hit that like button for Chad Reynolds, Neil, and the whole group at Bang Shift Racing for presenting it live to you. Again, we're going to need all of our finalists back here as soon as possible, please. We need our Mustang Madness, Red Tie Canopies, Triple Index, Super Index, Open Comp, No Box, Box, XDR, and X275 final rounds. We'll take you to lanes, singular lane, nose to tail, Mustang Madness to 1, Triple Index 2, Super Index 3, Open Comp 4, No Box 5, Box 6, XDR 7, and X270 8. We'll take all of our finalists now, please. We'll take all of our finalists. We are so happy that each and every one of you have come out here for 20 years of Streetcar Super Nationals here. Mel Roth and the group, Heather, everybody, down to the tech department, down to the last person, everybody behind the scenes that makes it possible. Thank you, racers, for making it possible for us to do 20 years. And I say, let's make it 20 more. Great, eventful years. Again, all finalists to the front of the lanes. All finalists to the front of the lanes, please. All finalists, we'll take you to the front of the lanes. So we are wrapping it up here. Again, want to thank all of our sponsors here for helping us out. Thank you to all of you people sitting in the chat bleachers, watching from home. We understand if you could not make it here in person. We're glad that you were able to just tune in. Stick around and see our winner circle that we'll have going on during the time. And again, if you are one of our racers and you can't just get enough of racing, stay on by for the Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals here in the Strip of Las Vegas. It is a fun time. I mean, a lot of us consider our racing family our regular family. And I mean, we really are a family out here. I mean, all the racers in need calls that we've made, I think Chad has, found something for everybody. I mean, if you need, the lug nut off of a 1969 model Acadian exactly, I think Chad will find somebody that will get it to you. I mean, we are all just one big family out here, and I want to thank all the racers for making that possible. It's been a great year. It's been chaotic. It's been great. A lot of great action on the racetrack, great racing all around. It just cannot be done without everybody out here supporting us. Thank you, racers, for coming out here, having a good time with us. All right. Seems like we got everybody but one of our Mustang Madness racers. We're about getting ready to go for our final round, so I'm going to make it a final call. Final call for our Mustang Madness final. Final call for Mustang Madness. Triple Index, Super Index, Open Comp, No Box, Box, XDR, and X275. Final call. Final call. for our first set of final rounds to get underway. Final call, final call. For Mustang Madness, Triple Index, Super Index, Open Comp, No Box, Box, XDR, and X275. We're going to make it a final call for all of our finalists. I think we have all but one back there in the lanes getting ready to go, and I think we have a few of our second group of finalists starting to make their way in. So let's go ahead and get you guys rolling down here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are anywhere but somewhere that you cannot see the racetrack, get to the grandstands, get to the fence, get to somewhere where you can see. We are rolling out final rounds for the Gateway Classic Cars Streetcar Super National 20 presented by Fuel Tech. Starting things off with Triple Index. With Caleb Shepard and Ryan Edwards. Caleb Shepard over there on the left-hand side out of St. George, Utah. '84 Mustang, dialed 1160 index. Ryan Edwards trying to get a win for Mom on her birthday. Over there on the right-hand side, dialed 1060 out of Chandler, Arizona. Is the wind going to go up north on the 15, or is it going to take the 95 south? We'll see down at the top end of the racetrack. We're green on both ends. Looking over at each other. Wind, light, Ryan Edwards. She's going to do it for Mom. Does it again. 1067 on a 1060 dial. With a 066 reaction time. Gets there first. Caleb Shepard was late on the tree. Goes 1164 on an 1160 dial. And Ryan Edwards gets the win in Red Tide Canopy's Triple Index. That will move us to Super Index, where we have a heads-up final with 960 indexes on both sides of the racetrack. Bonnie LaFrenz, the 1986 Thunderbird out of Hesperia, California, has a for sale sign on the back of that car, and I believe if Monty turns on the last win light, I don't think he wants to sell that thing ever again. Kevin Stokesbury in the 71 Chevelle out of Rialto. Best friends for 20 years going at it down the racetrack. Separated by 300. Kevin Stokesbury going to turn on the win light in Super Index.
And again, one of those really cool things, talk about those two guys have been friends for 20 years. They've raced together for 20 years, have made it to the finals together once before, and this is probably going to be the last time that they race each other because Stokesbury is moving.
Oh, man.
So imagine the last time you race together, you make it to the finals together. What a cool deal that is.
That is magic happening here at Las Vegas for the Streetcar Supernatural. That is absolute magic.
I love that. Those are the stories that everybody remembers right there.
From the Super Index, we move to our open competition final round. Fixed speed open comp. Greg Dreher over on the left-hand side out of Bakersfield for the Chevy Nova Dow 1055. Luis Ortiz out of Tucson, Arizona in the Pontiac Grand Prix. Dialed 975. We already had one Grand Prix here in Las Vegas. We'll see if the Grand Prix reign supreme on the weekend before Thanksgiving in Las Vegas. Luis Ortiz is going to do it. Red light start for Greg Dreher by 12 thousandths of a second. Luis Ortiz will take that Grand Prix to the winner's circle. Dead on 7 in the final round. How about that? The team is going wild down there.
Absolutely. Family and friends hugging and yelling and screaming. Congratulations to the Ortiz team. That is awesome. In that cool little G-body. I love it.
And that will move us to Calvert Racing No Box.
Philip Koch over here in the left lane from Henderson in that beautiful 68 El Camino. And Gage, the guy over in the right lane, kind of knows how to win here, don't you think?
Mike Panunzio knows how to win here at Streetcar Supernationals out of Plain City, Utah. With a 1047 dialing, going to get the head start over the Shop Toy.
Just over 2/10 separates them. Oh, that was anybody's game down there, but Panunzio leads it from one end to the other. 45 on the tree to Koch 71. Goes 53 with a 4 on a 47 dial. And Panunzio being crowned the champion. As a reminder, if winners and runners up pull over, come down the return road next to the racetrack and pull over as closely to the curb as you can so that you can go through the winner's circle and get your photos and your big checks and all of that. Cooper Chun, who just knocked out Casely, 507 the dial. John Carvalho Jr. out of Modesto, 638 the dial in that 67 Camaro. Chun and Casely had their worst runs in the semis. Chun is going to have to get his game back. Carvalho in the door car, going up against the dragster. In box. All finalists in the lanes, please move all the way forward. All finalists, move all the way forward in the lanes, please. And Chun gets the win. 16 on the tree, goes 12 with a 6 on a 7 dial. Carvalho was late on the tree, 095. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Young at Idaho Falls, Idaho in Extreme Drag Radial. That 05 Corvette in the right lane. Going up against a bad man. Johnny Coleman in the Pro Charged 69 Camaro on leaf springs. who has absolutely been flying down the racetrack. Coleman out of Lakewood, California in that 69 Camaro, 522 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood. The two of them doing their burnouts. Young kicks the door open and backs her up.
Chad Reynolds looking at the final round here for XDR. We got the number 1 and 2 qualifiers. Johnny Coleman qualified number 1 with a 398. Jeff Young with a 408. And I say with the final round, I think it's appropriate now. You try and one up that in the final round. You have to. I agree, and I have to say though, Coleman on the last 2 runs has had to pedal it just a little bit, right? So you wonder, do they start backing down, and does Young start stepping up? What's the result going to be? This could be drama-filled right here. Regardless, it's going to be a pedal fest if one of them has a problem and the other does as well. This one could be one to watch. This could be one of the most exciting finals we see all day. They leave together. Coleman trying to make it happen, and he does. Great drag race.
With another 3-second run, Johnny Coleman, 049 on the tree, goes 399 with a 0. Jeff Young a little bit late on the tree, 084, goes 404. His quickest run so far. Not able to go around Johnny Coleman. Look at that. What a drag race. The margin of victory, 93 thou.
Jeff Young did everything right, probably except for the reaction time. I mean, did his best run of the weekend, and it just still comes up short. Johnny Coleman has just found the setup, and that thing is absolutely on rails here this weekend for the Streetcar 20.
Absolutely. Johnny Coleman, when he came out in qualifying and ran that 398, I went up to him and said, "You were trying to send a message, weren't you?" And he just giggled and smiled, which if you know Johnny Coleman, is always the look on his face is always a big smile, and that was awesome. Congratulations again to Coleman. Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack, a Chillbilly, flying the Canadian flag on the back of that Mustang, qualified number 1 with a 425.4. Mark Meering out of Albuquerque in the 07 Mustang, qualified number 2 with a 425.6. 2 thousandths of a second separating them in qualifying. But when you look at their previous runs, consistency has been on Gallant's side. But Meering is fast as well. This one could be a nail biter.
With both racers separated by 2 thou in qualifying, this one could come down to the reaction time itself. We'll see if this one is going to go down south to Albuquerque, or is it going to go up with the Chili Billies up there in British Columbia, Canada. Spool the turbos, 1 and 2 in, ready to go. Both off the line clean. It's going to go down to the other end of the racetrack. Win light, Mark Meering. 417, 176 miles an hour. That is low ET of the meet. Takes out Justin Gallant. Goes 426 at 170. And what did I say there, Chad? That came down to the starting line.
Mel Roth, please pick up your phone. Mel Roth, please pick up your phone. You were absolutely right, Gage. You said that these guys were going to have to swing for the fences, and Mark Meering did exactly that. He was ahead by only 7 thou on the starting line. They were nearly identical. He was a little slower to 60 foot, but a little quicker to the 330, and finishes it up strong with that 417, absolutely earning it. Congratulations for both of them for making it to the final in this really tough field. Triple index runner-up, we need you to the front of the grandstands. Triple index runner-up, you were supposed to come to the winner's circle at the front of the grandstands. Triple index runner-up, please get in line in front of the grandstands.
Well, unfortunately, in the Morrow Bros Ford Mustang Madness, Brent Calvert could not make the call in the final round, so Steve Erickson will have the solo victory lap down the Las Vegas side of the racetrack. It was a 9:11.8 out of 155. Unfortunately, Brent Calvert and the whole team at Calvert Racing could not get the car up here in time for the final rounds. That is a hard way to do it. After surviving the whole onslaught throughout the weekend, comes up short in the final round and couldn't even make the attempt. As we are getting our second set of final rounds set up, ready to go. We should have our Frank E Racing Solutions Limited Small Tire, Pro 275 Brian Peterson Small Tire, Arizona Race Company Real Steel, SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85, Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire, Pro Street, Hughes Performance Big Tire, and Precision Turbo Pro Mod. We should all have you back in the lanes getting paired up, ready to go. So we are going to go down to the winner's circle and crown us some champions while we're waiting. Congratulations to all of our winners and runner-ups. Everybody in the grandstands, give those people a round of applause. They have survived out here since Wednesday and have found themselves in the final round. Win or lose, that is just a weekend to remember in and of itself. Here at Streetcar 20.
Godwin and Lucarelli going down. Oh, Godwin turns it red. Lucarelli getting the win in the 02 Mustang. The limited small tire final going to Chris Lucarelli. Wow. Godwin's going to be kicking himself on that one. We don't have times on that, including reaction time, so I don't know how red he was.
Okay. All right, racers. Hey, just a heads up. The pay window will be open for 30 minutes after the last car goes down the racetrack. So you may want to, if you are waiting in line, if you're like farther back in the line for your pictures, make sure that you come up and see, like leave somebody down there in charge of your car, all that kind of stuff. But to come up and get your check, you may want to balance your time here a little bit. Just to give a little heads up. Again, the pay window will be open for 30 minutes after the last pair of cars goes down the racetrack. So again, just make sure that you plan accordingly. If you are waiting in line for your photos and you are, say 6, 7, 8 cars back, you may want to come up here and get your check part taken care of. Just something to think about.
Because there's no line right now.
Nope. No line. Yeah, so your Frankie Racing limited small tire champion, Chris Lucarelli. Oh, my goodness. Oh, all right. Well, as we start making our way through the end of it, again, for our Bank Shift Live feed folks, thank you so much. The folks at Artec Racing, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Motorsports Group, Holly, Redline Oil, Molly Motorsports, Summit Racing Equipment, SGT Truck Repair, Raz Construction, RPM Roll Bars, Jansen Racing, and Hayward Homes. Thank you so much, you guys, for all coming together to make sure that this live feed could be broadcast. We stayed consistent at a little over 1,000 people watching throughout the day, every day of the event. And for those of you that joined us in the chat bleachers, thank you so much for you guys being out there. This has absolutely been a blast. Again, thank you to Chad, to Les, to Neil, his entire team, for their tireless work of getting this done. Again, thanks to the folks at Total Venue Concepts. Appreciate them coming out, making sure that between our drag slick and our radial tire lanes, that each racer was given a track and a surface that was set up and ready for them to run on, because we have seen some laps that are consistent with the high quality of this event. We've seen some laps that have blown our minds.
Absolutely.
For one reason or another. We've seen laps that we sit down and go, whoa, and we've seen other laps that make you go,
Also, I want to thank the TVC crew not only for prepping the racetrack to that level, but also doing such a fine job on the cleanup side of things.
Yes.
Right?
They've had a few there.
They have had a few and have absolutely handled it so professionally. And I want to say thank you to all of you racers, with rare exception, very rare exception. You guys have gone down there and been oil-free, and there have been a couple of freak deals, but you guys have done a great job as well following the containment rules and having a diaper or a belly pan on the car. We appreciate that. It's really been good. It's beyond just the safety for you. It's being thoughtful for your fellow racers so that we're not cleaning up all the time. And you guys have really helped make this event a whole other thing. And, you know, I'm looking forward. I live streamed this race for many years, sitting up there on top of an RV or a scissor lift or scaffolding and freezing some years and burning up other years. And to be able to come back and have my guys help do this year has really meant a lot to us. And I'm looking forward to next year. We're going to put on an even bigger show for the live stream. And I'm looking forward to many, many years of Streetcar Super Nationals here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's 20. Let's see if we can make it 40. Mel will be like 607 years old. We do 40 years.
And Heather will still look like she's, 22.
Yeah, exactly. At that point, it'll be MacGyver and the rest of the Roth kids who are running everything. They'll be pushing Mel around and
Just tell him to go sit in the corner, stay out of our way.
He'll be on one of those little electric scooters, like an old guy at a good guy show.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Hey, just real quick, I think they're getting ready to, I don't know if they're going to park tractors or what, and so we might try to do this kind of the next time that we do a track swap. Yeah, I think we're going to hold off and do it next time we do a track swap.
Folks, with Brian Peterson small tire, Brylan Holder over there in the left lane, the 2015 Camaro out of Bakersfield, and Jay Bodie out of Vallejo, the 68 Camaro in the right lane.
Dude, if it's got to come down to two of them battling it out and Brian Peterson small tire, I mean, any of them would be great. But to get two cars like this that have performed as consistently as they have, it's similar to what GTI, Gage the intern, was talking about moments ago. This really could come down to just reaction time. Bodie finds a way to step up and ruin somebody's day. And I mean that in the best way.
Right.
It's like Holder, Brylan has had zero issues, zero problems, zero hiccups, it's been like the best of the best weekend.
And I said that car seems to get quicker every single run.
And so you feel like at this point it's almost like you can go on autopilot. But you can't because there's Bodie.
That's it. And Bodie is a larger-than-life character. We've all seen him on TV. I've done some great stuff with him, but this dude is a competitor. But he shoots for the fences and lights the tires up, and Brylan Holder getting the win with Jay Bodie going into the runner-up spot. Give a big round of applause to Brylan on that one.
Oh. You talk about a hiccup-free weekend. Brylan Holder has just experienced that. There's very few of those, very few and far between that you ever get one of those at the racetrack. But for the Holders, I don't know that it could have gone much better.
No, and the family's down here clapping and applauding, and congratulations, you guys. Great job. Awesome job.
That was...
Should be proud.
That was a showplace of racing.
Hey, look at this. It's been a little gray for the last hour or two. Look at the sun coming out.
Exactly.
It's lovely. It's beautiful. I can't tell you when I have had a better experience from a weather perspective at a Streetcar Super Nationals ever. It's been gorgeous this weekend. Yeah. I know it got chilly at night, but it never got freezing cold. It's been wonderful. Wonderful.
Ooh. Well, it looks like, unfortunately, we may have found a little gift that might have been left over on the right side of the racetrack. So we're going to get that taken care of very, very quickly.
Bodie leaving us a gift. Kurt Johnson and the crew down there taking a look at that starting line and going to give it a quick drag.
Again, you want to make sure everything's free. Okay, so while we have a quiet moment, I think, is Heather Roth still up here in the tower? Where's Heather? Is Heather down there with Mel? All right, where's Mel? Okay, where's Heather? Heather, would you go stand next to Mel for a minute? Please? Heather, go stand next to Mel. Mel, pay attention to me for once in your life. All right, listen. While it's quiet, would everybody help me out with this? 20 years is a long time. It's a lot of dedication. It is a lot of hard work. It is a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. If you look on the return road right down there, Mel Roth, his lovely bride Heather are standing there. Would you guys help me out? Pay them off for 20 years. Give them a huge round of applause. Let them know how much we as racers, race fans, appreciate being able to be here because of what they do. They deserve that. Thank you so much. Heather and Mel, congratulations on 20 years.
You know, in the drag racing world, in the last 10 years, the level of payouts in every form of drag racing, the number of events, the variety of events, all of that has just gone through the roof. And at the same time, there are a lot of promoters that have come and gone in like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not bagging on them. What I want to do is again reinforce what you're saying, that 20 years of doing this through thick and thin. Think about what's happened in the world in the last 20 years as well. Right? There are years where we've had national disasters, worldwide disasters, pandemics, economic crashes, etc., and it's continued every year, and that's awesome.
I mean, there are major nationwide chains that a pandemic destroyed them.
Yes.
This kept going.
Yeah.
You know?
Chains that made much more money than this does.
I mean, you look at it this way,
right.
and Mel will tell you, there have been good years.
Yeah.
And there have been bad years.
Yes.
And they found a way to stick it through, so congratulations.
Yep, absolutely.
Congratulations.
And to the sponsors who have been around all those years, and to all the sponsors who have come and gone over the years. You know, the ones like John Calvert who have been here since the beginning, that's awesome. It is amazing. But the reality is every sponsor every year is there and helps make the event happen. So even the ones that maybe showed up for 1 year or 2 years or 5 years or 10, that matters.
They made 20 years possible.
Right, 100%.
They made 20 years possible.
Would not exist otherwise.
And then the last, well, there's two more groups that I want to thank, and then we're going to get focused on finals. First of all, for all of you in the grandstands that have been coming out all these years, thank you to each and every one of you. We appreciate you guys coming out and enjoying the sport that we have to offer, enjoying the show that Mel puts on. Thank you to all of you for coming out and hanging out with us. And most importantly, as we said before, thank you to each and every racer, crew member, driver, brother, sister, mother, everybody that makes it possible for the racers to be here. Thank you for being here as well.
And to all of you guys that brought your kids out, whether you're racers or fans, man, thank you. You know, as a guy who runs a media outlet that, you know, relies on the fact that people need to keep wanting to be around cars, it makes me happy every month when I look at my analytics and see how many people that are 20 to 30 years old are coming and visiting Bang Shift, and it's huge numbers. And that's because their parents were into cars. It's because their neighbor was into cars or their uncle or whatever. So if you brought a kid out here and are dragging them around and letting them be track kids and all that, you deserve a big round of applause as well, so thank you.
So KJ Glennon and Mike Aldrich, we've done our quick little touch-up on the racetrack. Getting into our SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8.5 category, deciding who gets to go home with the trophy. It'll either be headed to Salem, Oregon, or Littleton, Colorado. If the left lane scoreboard lights up for that Mustang, it's going to Oregon. The right lane scoreboard lights up, it's going to Colorado, and the answer is it's going to Oregon. KJ got beat on the tree by 0.05 of a second, but is able to run 463 at 161 miles an hour to light up the scoreboard and claim a victory for the great state of Oregon. Your number one qualifier goes wire to wire.
Congratulations to that team. Big smiles on their faces. You guys, make sure you're yelling and screaming in the winner's circle. The enthusiasm is awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, Mike Aldrich gave it a go, 90 on the tree, and then goes 495 at 144 miles an hour. Probably wanted it to be a little bit closer, but it was a good show.
He was out to about 150 feet, and then that number one qualifier just drove on by. All right, here's our Red Tide Outlaw small tire final. Our one small tire slick class. We got Lance Carnegie out of Casper, Wyoming in that beautiful 67 Nova. And Scott Bishke out of Parowan, Utah.
Parowan.
See, I knew you'd know it. Parowan, Utah, the 84 Fox body. 4i Foxes. I love a 4i Fox body. And this thing is raring to go. Another one of our no time categories. Carnegie has been on a tear in that car, but so is Bishke. They worked hard to get here. And they're about to start turning on some electricity, and we'll see who gets the winner's trophy. Oh, no. Bishke rolls the beams and just drives on down the racetrack. Carnegie makes a big hit, throwing out the laundry. Your champion is going to be Lance Carnegie out of Casper in the Chevy 2 Nova. Congratulations to that team.
So getting into our Pro Street Final featuring a Las Vegas local, Frank Yee. Going to be coming in here, who is an engine builder by trade, actually sponsoring our Frank Yee Racing limited small tire category, but brings out his Mustang in the Pro Street class. Was your number one qualifier technically? He was quick.
Though, Frank, he lost the last round. Not on the drag strip, but in the get up here in time to answer the trivia question.
Yeah.
Yee comes through the door about a thou behind. I don't remember who it was that was ahead of him.
It was Crystal?
It was Crystal.
Crystal Lynch.
Yeah, Crystal Lynch beat him right there to the stripe.
By a thou.
Yeah, and he's standing there ready to answer the question, and Crystal's huffing and puffing out of breath, throws out the answer, and he's like, man, and we were laughing at him. He's like, all right, he'll take that loss.
We had to tease him a little bit because I had to let him know, guess what, Frank? I'm sorry, but you lost again.
Yes, exactly.
It was one of those things. So I think he would happily trade. Not that, I mean, again, thank you so much to Darren and the guys out there, VP, putting up those $100 gift certificates. But
Yep.
if he had to trade getting that versus getting the trophy, I think he'll take this one.
I think you're right. That's why I say he got it out of his system.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? That's good. Got that one. That's freebie. Let's roll.
David Clark on the other side is going to try to channel his inner Crystal Lynch and try to beat Frankie just like she did. But the racer out of Idaho Falls rolling up here. Frank is not going to make it easy. We talk about a guy that knows how to get down this racetrack. Frank's got the left side here. David Clark's got the right side. Our Pro Street champion will be crowned momentarily as we start to light up the pre-stage bulbs.
I think about how many cars Frank Yee has built that have won out here and how many he's won in out here. There are cars that he has won out here with that were in the field with new owners. I mean, there's a lot of Frank Yee cars out here this weekend.
That's very true. So pre-stage, both sides of the racetrack. David Clark is in. Tree drops. Oh my.
David Clark gets it done. I mean, that thing left first. Yee looked soft early. Clark looked like that thing was on the ragged edge the whole way down and gets the win light. Idaho Falls, Idaho, winning Pro Street here at the Streetcar Super Nationals. Number 20, Frank Yee getting the runner-up position.
Man, that was a superb side-by-side race. Just one more time, I'm going to toss it out here just in case somebody might have missed it. Again, we would love to get these reunited with their owner. There were a couple of rings that were lost in the women's restroom. Somebody was washing their hands, whatever it was. If you lost your rings while you were washing your hands and can't figure out where they went, they're up here in the tower. If you come up here and tell me what they look like, we'll happily give them back to you. We want you to get them back. But somebody was nice enough to have found them, brought them up here to the tower. We want to get you back what matters to you, so come on. Come on up and get them.
what's going on. Ron Link is out there by himself.
This is not how this should be.
It is not. Keenan just ran in.
Apparently what you called a little smoke
Oh.
may not have been
Oh.
right. You basically, like I said, somebody's laying there, eyes rolled back in their head,
Yeah.
drooling on themselves, be like, that person's knocked out, and you go, no, he just bumped his head. Right?
Oopsies.
No, I think there might have been a greater issue.
Ouch.
Which
Ouch.
is very, very, very disappointing.
Very. Link gonna get the win here. Man. Deservingly. This car's been awesome. In fact, it was broke earlier, remember? They had to fix it to get in. Oh, and then goes out there and spins the tires. Wow, anticlimactic, but still.
Trying to take a look. Yeah, that was super disappointing for Keenan, but it happens. Unfortunately, that is part of the sport.
I got to tell you, one of the coolest things to me about Streetcar Super Nationals that is so different from any of the other events here is the giant line of winners and runner-ups on the return road. I love that. I love that here.
All right, we are down to just a few pair left to run. And we've still got one car sitting back in the staging lanes with no dance partner, waiting on Johnny Coleman. We get it, man. You have raced like no other. Made your way into 2 final rounds, have already claimed 1 trophy. We need you back here for the other final. Again, we've got about 3 pair of cars left to run, and then it's going to be your turn. So we do need you up here, please, sir. Come on back.
So we are in Big Tire. Steve Nicholson out of Vancouver in the 63 Stingray over there. And Art Raz. Raz Construction, one of our live broadcast sponsors, out of Ridgefield, Washington in the 68 Camaro. Not going to lie, Art Raz's week didn't start out real great. That car had a hard time making it down the racetrack. Art just not comfortable in the car with the combo and all the work, and they just whittled away at it. He has gotten better and better. The car has gotten better and better. That's Brad Personette, the giant, waving his arms around down there, guiding the car in. They have got this thing running. There is a lot more in it, I am sure, but they have made it to the Big Tire final against a really, really fun nitrous combo over there in the right lane with Steve Nicholson. I like a 63 Corvette, too. I'm not going to lie.
They do have a certain allure to them.
They do. Who knew in 1963 they'd end up being such cool-looking Big Tire cars?
Wait, that's not what the designers had in mind? Oh, man. So Steve Nicholson, who has already been a champion back in the old Outlaw 10-5 days. The Streetcar Super Nationals, trying to make himself the Big Tire champion and trying to get a win for those who are cheering him on from north of the border. In the border battle between Washington and Canada, win light goes to Nicholson. Steve Nicholson gets the jump at this end, and the win light belongs to the Vancouver British Columbian. Art Raz was right there with him. But that was cool. Great side-by-side drag race. Win light belongs to Nicholson. Congratulations again to Art Raz racing his way down into the Big Tire final, but Nicholson will be taking home the trophy. As it's Pro Mod time. I think this is going to be pretty much all we got left. So again, still missing one car back in the staging lanes. Need you back, please, sir.
Johnny Coleman, we need you to the lanes. Johnny Coleman, we need you to the lanes. If you are not going to make it, let us know. Mike LeBate, your number 1 qualifier. Garrett Richards, number 3. Man, turbo car versus blower car.
The blower car.
And it's got a blower on it.
We talk about a couple of cars that have been able to put together consistent runs time and time and time again. And I mean, in a game like this where we see it throughout the event in all of the categories, it is truly a game of attrition. Right? You come out to an event like this, you've already got a car that's been run all year long. You're down to the end of the year, lots of laps on them. Then you come out and do 4, 5 qualifying hits. So you're already putting a lot more wear and tear on the car. Half of them don't even make it into round number 1. And to be able to go 3 more rounds, and in this case, 5 more rounds, because we had 18 cars that started in Pro Mod. We put 10 laps on this car this weekend.
Yeah.
And just to hold it together is a feat in itself.
It is. LeBate bumping it in. They leave together. LeBate having issues. And Garrett Richards with the absolute bracket car tune-up in it goes another 386 with a 1 at 195 miles an hour after an 062 light and 983 to 60 foot. Congratulations to Richards and the team. They are so excited down there on the starting line. That's awesome. I love that, Nate.
That is the type of celebration you want to see. To win an event like this, Pro Mod at Streetcar Super Nationals 20 is something that will stick with you for years.
Absolutely. It's great. And, you know, we're crowning champions, and we're super excited for the winner. But, man, you runner-ups have earned it to get here. And every one of you had a shot and took it. LeBate goes out there. That thing looked like it shook a little bit and maybe spun. He was trying to kill it. A little late on the tree.
We got 1 pair left. And Johnny Coleman's made his way back into the staging lane.
He is in lane number 2. Johnny Coleman, 2 finals.
Okay, well, I'll try.
Johnny Coleman. You guys come right on up to the arch when you guys are ready. You are our final. If you guys are ready, you guys can come on up to the starting line. We will take you right now. We have gold carpet. We rolled out the gold carpet.
Well, it's more like a black carpet.
Whatever. You are the final. Johnny closing the door. Getting ready to push him up right now.
And as we do get our final up there, just one last reminder. Again, racers, for those of you who've been staying with us, camping out here at the great LVMS campground. Again, we do need to have the main pits cleared out by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to go ahead and get that all cleared away. Again, if you are sticking around for the Thanksgiving Bracket Nationals, you are absolutely welcome to go park out on the opposite side of the fence, kind of start the stacking line there, and then we'll get that done. But pretty much what we need to do is get everybody cleared out of here by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, if you're sticking around, you can stay out there in the parking lot. Again, payout window is going to be open for 30 minutes after the final pair of cars goes down the racetrack. So once we send our final cars down the track, the payout window will be open for 30 minutes. And don't forget, there's still an opportunity to get by and see Extreme Photography. Get with Rob and get yourself one of those 20th anniversary Streetcar Super Nationals photos to prove that you were here. Again, for a few more minutes, if you wear a size 2X, what did we say? Like the triple X we call the Alabama medium, the big one. Maybe the 2X is just if you're a little chunky monkey.
Yeah, a little chunky monkey.
You're a little chunky monkey, and you need a little bit bigger shirt. You can do that. Eddie down here in front of the tower bringing us some great stuff that we gave to the kids. It's just been a lot of fun, and I think our final pair is just about here.
They are coming around the corner, and on behalf of the entire staff, again, thank you so much to all of you racers and fans who have been here all weekend with us. What a great deal. There are a lot of people that have been here over a week. A bunch of you racers that rolled in on Tuesday. In fact, more of you rolled in on Tuesday than ever in history for a Streetcar Super Nationals, and that's awesome.
What is this?
All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is our final in Brian Peterson small tire. And if you guys are watching up there, you can see that Johnny Coleman is huffing a little smoke out of the right side of that Camaro. If you're Alessandro Maloney out of Torrington, Wyoming in the Mustang, you got to be going, huh? Coleman all the way in. Maloney all the way in. Tree comes down and they leave together side by side. Johnny Coleman trying to make it happen, and he does. Johnny Coleman making it all the way down for the win. Our final here at Brian Peterson small tire. Huffing smoke. Thing might have pinched a ring or something. Wow, what a drag race, ladies and gentlemen. Side by side, what a way to end it. Nate,
Chad?
dude, come on.
Dude.
That was a run. Both of them. Maloney left right with Johnny, was hanging in there, and that was side by side all the way to the finish line.
I got to tell you what, when he fired that thing up under the tower here and all we could see was a puff of smoke like somebody had just lit up a jet car,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, no.
That made me nervous.
It made me nervous. It even made it made everybody nervous because it's the same time we're going, what is that? Everybody on the radio is going, ooh,
Yeah.
that didn't look good.
There literally was collective ooze on the radio.
Yes. Yes. But that does it. Game, set, match. We bring a close to the 20th year of the Streetcar Super Nationals. Once again, thank you to all of the race fans. Thank you to everybody who is watching along on the Bang Shift live feed. Thank you to all of the great sponsors who have made this event possible. Thank you, Mel and Heather, for doing this for so long. Thank you to the folks at our track crew, for those back in the staging lanes, whether you're in the pits, whether you're at the ticket booth, whether you're running secure, whatever it is that you were doing out here, thank you very much for being a part of this. 20 years is a long, long time, and to be able to do an event like this in such celebratory fashion, it's amazing. Chad, you mentioned it yourself, right? The weather could not have been better. It got a little windy, it got a little cool, but look at it now. It's been like this all day. What a fun time. Chad, it's been a pleasure working up here with you again. It's always a pleasure to work with Gage, who is my partner in crime when we're here during our weekly events.
I need to make a comment on that, Nate. You and I have known each other for a lot of years. I've had the privilege of announcing with you plenty of times. You are the voice of Las Vegas, the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And Gage, I don't know if you can hear me out there, but kid, you're going to do big things.
He is.
I love you, brother. And you know what, Nate? You deserve a lot of credit on that. You've helped that kid out a lot. I know he looks up to you, and Gage is awesome. He is like a fount of information.
He is.
Right? He just keeps it all right there in that big noggin of his. Does a great job. Absolutely cares. He is an example of everybody here at the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. There are way too many staff members to thank. But, the guy that leads the charge every day, he's the guy over there on the Arctic Cat parking the Buffalo blowers. And Jeff Foster, you have a great team here. You've done a great job and really appreciate it. I love it. I cannot thank everybody enough for bringing us back to live stream this event. It's amazing. And again, Nate, thank you so much, dude. I love you guys. You guys are great. And man, what a year, dude. This is something special right here. 20 years of Streetcar Super Nationals. It does not get any better than this. Right now, I got a buddy of mine years ago told me when I was on the starting line at Bonneville preparing to go 238 mile an hour, he said, "You are jealous of no man right now." And there isn't a racer here who is jealous of any other racer anywhere in the country, because nobody is at streetcars but these people right here.
That's true. So we're going to wrap this thing up. I am going to say one thing about Gage. And I'm going to say this because I'm going to make it straight and simple. When we thought about bringing Gage up here and having him get on the mic with us, we made the right call. Absolutely made the right call. So we are proud to have him part of the group. For all of the racers who are here, wherever your next stop may be, we wish that you get there safely, soundly, happily. We hope that your holiday season is one that you will remember, that you're able to spend it with your friends and loved ones. If your next stop happens to be here with us next weekend, remember, we will open our gates and our arms to you, and we certainly hope that you will play along. Remember, the payout window is going to remain open for about 30 minutes. So if you are waiting in line for photos, you might want to wander up here, get that taken care of. But other than that, it is over. As sad as that may sound, the day is done. Thank you once again for joining us at the Streetcar Super Nationals 20 on behalf of Gage the Intern, on behalf of John Tabak, who joined us up here on the mic for a little while, on behalf of Chad Reynolds, I'm Nate Hershey. we're going to say good night, be safe, and happy holidays, my friends. Bye, Alicia.
this does help us, especially like him and me, like this. If you're doing like coverage like me, it helps me, so I'm having to go back and forth. Yeah, because they're doing this hard, and you're covering. Yeah. All right, guys, right here. Got 3 big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold on again.
That was rude of me. You're fine.
Miles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold it 4 times. Got it. That takes me over in the trailer over there. All right, guys, right here, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up again. Got it. Is there any other shots you want to do?
Oh, hey. Wasn't paying attention. Good. I tuned it out.
Good job, Mark. Win it. Yes. I picked it up. I hate those lights. Tree. Oh. Yes. I thought I was in, or I didn't think I was in, but I was in. I bumped it again. It's just upside. Watch me and I'll tell you when to stop. You guys coming to the turkey race this year?
Yeah.
Turkey race? No, because you head home after. Ah, okay. Have a lot of racing. Yeah.
If you can make it, I mean,
All right, guys, right here, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Load up one more time. Got it. That's yours?
You're right. Will you sit down? You want to sit on the wall? Come on up,
Everybody up. See me up here, huh?
Like I said, it's good to see the big guns dad in the final. Like, that's all we're looking for.
You know what? I knew it. He was ready to go and bring it forward more. It was 6 o'clock. I go, I'm getting tired. You can show me that. I go, I'm getting tired. I go home. You're good. I don't do that. Let go of the button. And we got 3 on you guys. Come on in, you guys. I realize you're probably a rookie. Here I am. Here you are. That's pretty good. Wow. I've been saving up on my ammo, dude. After all the text up to the community and on, oh my goodness. No, that's all good. Okay, Eddie, I'm ready. Not me, it's him. I got a hot date, dude. High enough?
All right, guys, right here, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold it one more time. Cheese. Number 1. One more time. All right, is there any other shots you want to do more?
We're going to put you in the front though with the check. Bring the check up here in the front.
Oh, no. You know what? It's been a long drive home. You know what? Next time, let's go around and go home. I tried.
No one showed up. That's the problem. The only way I can lose if I rip it.
Good deal down.
It was a good race, man.
I'll accidentally get
Hey, Mel, you going to be in the background on this?
What are you doing, man? Dude, my God, you should be like a supermodel or something like that. Look at that. Look at that.
You don't want to know.
That's not what she said.
Hey, you don't
yes,
want to,
she does.
No, she does. You don't want to know what Mel does with his
Yeah, come on.
Hey, look at you. I got you right. 2 big old chicks.
No, thanks, dude. Thank you, guys.
That's okay.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Hey, is this thing on? I'm just checking.
Just checking.
My daughter's getting Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Right there. Stop. Brakes! This is not
can't tell. Alright, everybody on the back side. Yeah, let's get on the back side. Oh, no. Petey, what are you doing?
the dog.
That was
Alright, you guys ready? Alright, you guys pay attention. I'm gonna call Petey. You ready? Petey! Petey! Petey!
Yeah.
Petey!
Yeah.
Got it. Is there any other shots?
Yeah, can I get a shot with just Oh, man. I'm not family. Oh, man. I call for a blood test on that one.
That's why you really do.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Alright, either in or out. Alright. Big smiles on the count of 3, 1, 2,
Oh, you still got another 15?
Yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
What do you get? Really? I made one.
I mean, it didn't go, my eye didn't go me. Then I went and I was like, pretty
Yes.
It's nothing. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's about
Mel, are you ready? Like today?
Oh, just. Where's MacGyver at?
Good to see you out here. Yeah, you too. Where's your trophy girl at?
I'm the trophy girl.
Oh my God. Fire her ass and find somebody better. What else are you going to do? I'll tell you, I can help you out with better ideas.
I had a trophy girl, but she quit on me. She got too into volleyball.
Maybe. All right, you guys on the backside.
My brother went to Metro to get us there.
Oh, okay.
Got my car.
Maybe it was
Taken off? Yeah.
You got it
right.
Yeah.
It was so good to see you. Tell your dad that he sucks, and I say hi. Give him a hug for me, okay? Thank you. Thank you. See you next year. Yes. If not before.
There you go. All right, guys. Everybody right here on the count of 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Is there any other shots you want to do?
Over there by your road car.
Hold up.
Are we loading that?
The trophy girl.
Yeah, we need to change that.
Okay, now get the real family. Get the real family.
You'll be driving out over there.
That's kind of like my Christmas out. 36 hours on the road.
Do you get
Both my girls had.
Will you stand for his picture? Brooke, do you want to ride one of
We'll come back. We'll come back.
I'll come
back.
Okay.
Here.
Oh, I am? Oh, well, it's good to see you. I haven't been to say hello. And now you get a hug because you come to see me.
You are. I know you. I mean, just 1 year ago at Al's birthday, you're up this big. All right? Good. I make sure you're all right, big guy. You want to come hold some of the hardware?
At least feel like you're part of the...
You got the shirt on!
My daughter went to get a
Yeah, good job.
All right, all you guys here. I will. Yeah. Feel better. Get your winter jacket on. Yeah. And at one point, yeah. We're gonna go. Everybody, we're gonna go behind the car first. We don't want to cover up that transient paint job. That's what it reminds me of. Gold wheels, black.
You're
gonna be here next year, aren't you?
Guys in the back.
family back there in Colorado, so.
They're overrated.
That's why I moved there. Thank you.
right here. The guy with the winter coat on. Big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Cheese. All right. Is there any other shots you want to do?
Yeah, let's do. Because he got it. Are you getting a hoodie on? Probably one Thursday.
All right, guys. Big smile. And one more time.
What does that do? I guess it has to be the same concept as this, right? Like around your waist, but around your neck.
Alright, guys. Right here, big smile. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Dad's right behind her. I am too. And I have and then he went. Oh, you should have. All right. Whatever you feel most comfortable with. Oh, okay, let's go.
Oh, I see a fofo on the highway. Hey, Dad, look, I see a fofo on the highway. I see a policeman on the highway.
Sure enough.
Look at that. Dude, you're gone. Don't go.
You kept us up so late. I feel like I'm 65 years old.
Oh my God. 10 o'clock? I had Mark Beery, who did the 275 winner. Okay, 6 o'clock. He was looking at his kid late. I go, dude, it's 6 o'clock. Dude, we're racing.
I have to say that. I can't tell it.
You know what it is? It's like that every time. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, sometimes if you guys are always behind.
I said that to myself, and I was like, I'm not going to say that out loud, because I'm going to
Right.
And then I hear him laughing, just talking, just shaking.
You guys too, there's tons of fun weather. Leave it on, yeah. Keep going. You know what? Stop. Enjoy. What are we doing? You guys do what you guys do. It's crazy. You did a trip. She was born here.
All right, guys, right here, big smiles on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. Oh, everybody number 1. Oh, no. Cool. Is there any other shots you want to do? Yeah, Drew and then. Four touchdowns. Look at that. Crew and family is
I'm sorry. I want to be family. Okay, so and Brian, come up here with the check. It's a trophy right here. Oh, there we go. You want to go back to the house? You want to go on the track? Don't get stuck, Peter.
Thank you.
Good dunk call. That's a good dunk call.
Okay, so that was when the tires were due. I should never know it's been struggling.
Alright, you good? Right here, guys, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. Woo. Is there anything else you want? Shut up. Come on, one more. Cool guys. I brought like Alright guys, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up your hand. Alright, everybody. Everybody. Come on. Everybody. I'm going to push y'all in. You got to get in. Somebody got to help make up for that lack of prettiness. How's the bell getting here? All right, everybody. Smile for the cell phone. Cheese. Hold up. Don't move. I got a little camera here. All right. Good. Big smile. One more time. Got it.
They have to pay to keep basically a lot of businesses that have insurance too. If they don't pay us something every month, they board us. And then with like all the different
It was almost to the point where it was too much.
You know. Oh yeah. He'll be invited. Yeah. You should recycle it. Gift it back.
Hey Scott, we heard you're gonna donate your truck.
He won't listen to me. Somebody else will shop. Especially if it comes from you.
Halfway done. All right, guys, right here on the count of 3, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Cheese. Got it.
You know who it's not?
Is there anything else you want to do? Yeah. Oh, yeah, she'll be able to get it.
Yeah, what she's good at.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
All the kids over here.
He's like, I'm adopted.
Just like he said, he's like, if I have to do
1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time.
You're mouthwash, but thank you. I appreciate you. That's even worse.
All the time.
If he's not on his days out, he's making extra stuff. It's going to cost us don't leave for pennies.
I got my kid. I did say it last night. It's just us, man. I know.
Yeah, you're gonna be asleep and you're gonna see the light clicking on and off, because he's gonna be like, yeah, leave that shit.
First one we're gonna do is back here.
Alright guys, right here, big smiles on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more time, please.
What was the suspect comment that you gave for yesterday about the forest?
I don't even know. I got it. We're almost done. We're running out of time. We're doing good.
No, I told her. Thank you.
There it is. I've heard it's starting to smell all around your house. I appreciate it. Now let me know next year when it's starting. Really? You see me watch the tire off, but I didn't know. Because that was the car I was like, that's the
You're gonna get the track!
dominating. Don't fit, lads!
Keep pushing! Hey!
Put in the race car! Congratulations, Lance. Thank you. Almost there. Hey, whatever you race. You tell me when.
Keep rolling, I'll tell you when.
Hey, there you go.
Right there.
I didn't want to I don't know. First one, everybody. We get everybody in the picture. I do. Oh, absolutely. Alright, guys. You want the track higher or you want to cut it? Any higher? Lower or hand check somebody in the back. That way somebody. Better watch out. Not too high, buddy. I won't be able to see it in the photo. There you go. You show off. Show them guns. How do my biceps? 1, 3. Ah, there you go. Big smiles, guys. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. Say cheese. Hold up. One more time. We'll do number 1. No middle fingers. I think that lady right there. Done with this one.
Wow, Lisa. That tracks.
It's Aubrey Green. Fuck out of the way. Alright. Hey, get out of the photo if you're in the either in or out. We're gonna need that check for one more photo, just so you know. Alright guys. Right here, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. One more. Essentials. Poverty crew, stay back. Like the 3 food boosters. Essentials.
The people that actually matter.
I kind of feel essential. This trip, to be quite honest. Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Big smiles. My mom used to say that. Where's the check at? Bring it over here. Check Try hard. Oh, wrong guy. Wrong guy. That's the other guy. No, that's the next one. Executives. I think they had this one. I do not, no. No, small one. Maybe should be good. Corn, baby. Yes, that's great. I'm wearing a Ford hat. No, it was just funny. We're all having a good time. Because I know the guy who runs the mock. Okay. All right, thank you. Good job, guys. Yeah. Go. Got battery? You have to go for them to take your cheese. We try. It's been a long weekend. If it would have been me, I would have traded the Dorsey. Oh! What? Very bad. You're not wrong, but oh! No shit. Hey, get on the front! Right, you drive!
Well, we're buying
Well, Colorado got the same. The share thing's the biggest thing now,
Cooper's gonna make it. Hell yeah.
All right, guys, right here on the count of 3, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Cheers. Got it. Is there anything else for you?
You know, you guys can get down Vanderbilt. You can really get down.
Do you want those
You want to do a family picture?
Your family?
Can we do a family picture? Yep.
All right, guys, right here, big smiles. And one more time. Yep.
Wait.
I had 2 donuts.
Good catch.
Alright, I'm gonna drop my pot. Hopefully we get another little thing. Right about there. 5 feet back or so. Push it back. It's heavy. Right there.
Yeah. We still got Al, so we'll still be here.
Oh, that's right.
He was the last pair, so. Yeah, he'll figure out. He'll figure out a way.
If you and your mom want to go back and start doing that, here comes Outlaw. Wow, look at this. This is a. They want to go back. Tell Eric to stay here and those boys if they want to. Or Brooke, you don't want to take pictures with Al? Well then, just wait. There we go. Yo, great seeing you. See ya. Keep up the good work. I'll call you. I'll call you. Don't call me, I'll call you.
Gotta go up.
Moving up.
Pennies to nickels,
No,
then dimes.
one of those shows I see. I'm wrong. All right, guys, right here, big smiles on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. So cheese. I know it's too exciting. All right.
I am excited.
All right, I can tell. You're like, ah! Is there any other shots you want to do? There you go. Just the 2 of y'all. Hold up, don't forget.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy. Was this painted a different color? Yeah. Yeah, I gotta be taller.
Over here. Big smile. Big smile. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one time.
Yeah, one more you gotta do. Sorry, we're demanding.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye, thank you.
Finally. I know. It's been a while. Yeah.
Straps on and straps off, whatever.
Just keep coming.
Keep going, I'll tell you when to stop. Stop!
That was excessive braking. Yeah, DQ. We just changed the brakes on this. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna do a blooper.
Did you say 6? What time is it now? 4:30.
Yeah.
Alright guys, right here, big smiles on the count of 3, 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Tilt that check a little bit back. There you go. Back and forth.
Send me the face.
That's so weird.
Yeah, forward or backwards, either way. There you go. Well, you can't read it otherwise.
I mean, it's up to Bill.
Thing, that's the
You want-
thing.
you
That's
don't
the
want to.
thing, you know.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Oh, did they? Oh, that's good. That's awesome.
Thank you. Looks pretty good. It's like one happy guy there. I'm pretty sure it is. Do you allow me to shot some? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Coming down for photos, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yep.
Try to stay. We're missing a flight soon.
Thank you. This is the man. This is the guy that makes it so I don't have to worry about anything. I'm interested in now, just popped in my head.
Already in it. Already in it. Right now. Found your chance. Yeah, well, this is the man.
10 years of flying up. I know.
You got it right. I don't know where it is. I don't like this game. I feel like I'm shopping at Elimination. They did not like make sure to I'm hurt. I'm not like this. I'm like this.
Hubert, what do you got? What do you find?
Baby gap. Heather's put it in. 1 or 2 years ago. Female shirt.
Thursday, Friday. Where you want to go back? You want to go back to the tower?
No.
Can you get in the doors? Do you know how to get in the doors? Oh, then just go up them stairs and then go up there and I'll be up there as soon as we're done. You guys? I'll be, huh? What?
I like the underdog story, right? I really do. But
So many at the end.
I don't have enough time for myself.
keep going, keep going. You got a long way to go. Come on. Keep going. Right there, you're good. That's cool.
Yeah, all right, guys. Right up here on the count of 3 big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. Anything else you want to do?
I've been pushed. I've never fucking been in I'll call me later when you get there.
when to stop. Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep going. Right. There. Good.
Yeah, no.
Alright, guys. Big smiles. Right here on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Say cheese. Cheese. Alright. Anything else you want to do?
A lot. Yeah, we wanted to win.
Thank you.
We know the feeling. We like to lay across the top.
This sport a little bit. Stretch across the first. That's the low. We've been trying for 4 years to get that 60. Push it.
Everybody's like, I don't want to climb in and out of this. Wait a minute, the turbo car, you don't even got to change the car. Oh, he's going to drive it. Russell, hold on.
He's going to drive it?
He's driving it. He's going to drive it. Take that off.
Warm up those brakes.
Go ahead, start it up, get going. Yeah, I want to see you drag this through.
Grab the camera ready. Are you driving right now?
Yeah, he's going to drive it.
Jack, don't fucking wreck it.
Oh, come on, man. Good driver.
We had a passenger, too. All right, here we go. Let's see how angry the bird can get. There's not much. I guarantee you there's not much. Well, we didn't make it to the finish line. There's at least a gallon.
I'm pretty sure they could. Look at Trev. Look at that reaction, Trev. Are we next?
All right, keep rolling, keep rolling. You're going. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going, keep going. Stop! No, baby. You promised me after 2. Dude, I got the text still. Like, okay, these guys got to go. Well, he's a wanted man. Eddie, if I
got 3 champions for you.
Right.
Hold on a second.
Hey, does anybody else want to get this photo? I think there's a little room on the back. All right, guys. Right here on the count of 3, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Everybody, number 1. 1. This finger here, girl. Not that one. All right. Hey, hold on. What you doing? I'll give you your phone. Get it back in there. Give me your phone. Give me your phone! Give me your phone! I can't shoot it without the phone!
The plane.
Boss, the plane, boss. The plane. I'm not gonna lie, it was on video.
There we go. Where to go? Up, side, the other way. Straight up. Straight up.
Did you do this one? No, you just use it.
Number 1. All right. All right, hold on. Is there any other shots you want to do?
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Everybody right here? Woo! Yeah! Perfect. Get out of here, guys. Can I get some pictures, though? Yes, absolutely.
Get out of the corner.
Just you and the wife? No, it'd have to be the other way. I have to put your ass. Thanks. All right, guys, right here, big smile. 1, 2, and 3. Don't move. Get in front of everybody right now. No, I don't think so. Cheers, Rob, Jordy, Jeff. 4 wins, but Gal. 3.5. So, come on, Rob. All right, guys, right here, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. A little more time, please. All right, guys. Hey, wait. Come up here in front. Yeah, that was a rough play. Big wheel.
Johnny's got a lot of about that easier transition. The easy way.
Pull the car forward. I'm just going to help him take some pictures.
I love the Oh, I thought you should get.
These community water.
And I'll help Brett here with this one. You guys can take it back if you want.
Somebody drives a little. That's probably pretty good. Is that where you want to stand right here? Yeah. Whatever. You can do that. We're about to do it. Well, usually we and it won't lock on me? No, I'm waiting for him. He's going to pull up and take pictures. No, I just want to say hey.
Hey, thanks again. You too, guys.
Try that, Miguel. Don't start.
You guys do. You guys hold this.
Oh, what's up, Rob? Can you drive the golf cart?
Congratulations, Steve.
Thank you. I'm over here. I'm taking pictures of the Pro Mod champ.
Oh, here. Hey, can you take care of this one?
No. So you're going to have real bad pictures.
It's autofocus. What are you talking about? Oh, be shit face usually say. Well, I got it settled, man. That one's pretty, yeah. She's
not
like,
being able to say no.
Yeah. You guys had the bullets.
She's just like, yeah, look the other way. I'm like, how?
Keep going. Come on, you got a long way to go. Come on.
You don't care if I take lots, eh, Brett?
We have got a car too. Barbecue place up the street. Closer to get in the photo.
Put it next to her. I want to put it side by side. Hey, get at it, Charlie.
Oh, okay.
All right, we're going to back your shit up.
Hey, I stand was fucking great.
Oh, no. I told her, I said, this is just hard to say no to you.
Who wants the championship hat? We need three of them out there. Yeah. Go up to the hat guys. Get another hat guy. Keep it here. The hat guy. You guys won't check up here.
I am worried about
Oh, yeah?
You're getting a picture on his phone.
Hey, something's poking in the bag. Go right there.
it's scratching. All right. You guys about ready? Everybody, big smiles right here on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up 4 times. Hey, check back. There you go. Perfect. Big smiles. And again. All right, is there any other shots you want to do?
While we're all in here, that's all we need.
Okay, so here, shout out to you.
We'll help you back up if you need help. Yeah. I hear you now, man. Dude, I got the
One more time.
Oh, so now you're a photographer. I know. Yeah. I like it.
They should do some you know, like your glamour shots. Movie where they
Thanks, Bill.
Appreciate it. You did tell me that on the phone. I'd like to see it here.
Now you want the key. They are very shady. Those Canadians are shady, man.
Mel. Hell of a race, man. Good. Got everything but Mel. Young lady's looking for a check. What was that? It's a great event. Up in the tower. Everything is down there.
Hurry up, I got 7 minutes. Come on, bring her up. I got a bet. I get some tequila. I get some tequila.
Are we saving? Okay. If there's any comment. I'm just saying, I don't want to get blamed for anything here. Oh my goodness.
I'll say that this was pretty good.
We're done with politics for you. Stop. Stop.
That wasn't politics. That was making fun of me.
Life for you. Trouble smash that button. Blow everything up. There's a reason why I called it. Holy shit. Who's over there watching? Nobody. So they come up here. I don't know. He told me. Oh yeah. I got a majestic beard. That's a majestic beard. That's all I can do. Fucking years of growth. The more I can my brains and you make it over my clothes. No, it's the truth. We've got it. We got it. We're good.
Alright, guys. Everybody look right here on the count of 3, big smiles. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up, don't move. Alright, one more time. Everybody say majestic. Anything else you want to do?
But you did tell me I would not lie about the word majestic. You don't hear that very often.
Big smile. Hold up one more time.
Yeah, but it's probably worse than having hair and having to do your hair every day. It's gotta take work. Oh my God, man. Come on, Al.
One last try.
No, thanks. Thanks for a
Come on, bro. Besides that, I'm I got a protein shake. I had a protein shake something. I got a snack shake something.
Okay to do this now? How many people never jumped up with the thing?
Keep going, right here. Keep going. Almost there, stop.
Yeah, but he said the record too, right? He said the record.
man. Man, man. Look, when I see
Come on,
you
Mel,
on
you're
that-
slowing up the winner circle. I'm on a crunch. Oh, yeah!
On the edit, the sound wave is just gonna.
All right, you guys hop on the backside. He's gonna put you there anyway.
Oh, no.
6 hats, right?
Hey, is this a rated G show? Or is it PG-13?
There's no audio.
Oh, but if I flipped it off.
I don't know. It's bang shift. That's probably an adult.
That's probably not bad. I didn't. I'm just. My friends were like, "Hey, why haven't you flipped off the camera yet?" I'm like, I don't know because I don't want to.
Yeah, I think they're fuck you certified.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know how we're gonna do this. 2 minutes. 2 minutes and tequila time. All right, so we got 2 minutes.
The disco lights on that award, so I can see that. My 12-year-old was my best.
Those guys a whole bad check.
Holy
So well, that engine was hanging out for dear life.
Oh, that was one that was.
Oil injection.
Mel, I got a minute. And I go into double time. My vending fee off.
I can last out one.
Come on, Craig. Stop holding everything up, man. All right, you guys holding the checks. Tilt them forward or backwards a little bit to the light. There you go.
And up a little higher so there's not a shadow on your face. Raise your arm a little bit.
All right,
there you go.
right looking good? Looking great.
Otherwise, you'll have a shadow on your face.
Big smiles, guys. Right here on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Hold up one more time. Cheese. Any other shots you want to do? Well, we got to do the one in the front. Is there any family shots you want to do or anything?
He's asking you.
We good?
Do you want any other pictures?
One more time. Number 1. Got it. All right. Everybody got it?
Everybody got it. Take care of yourself.
We'll be out there. Yeah, well, hey, they let me know.
Yeah, definitely. We're friends on Facebook.
Yeah, it's just
Just keep it. Have a safe last 2, right? Where are you going to be at?
I think you got too many checks. You know you're not my favorite, but you're
probably
right.
Okay, it's the pro race, not snowbirds. Street nats, pro race, World Series of Pro.
If you're a professional fisherman, you want
I'll be World Series Pro.
I got a flash. Take care of that.
That's
right behind your legs.
Usually is, yeah.
Most of the cars at the strip.
World Series of Pro is the first week of March. Yeah. Actually, I think they might have moved on to internationals too.
Are you going with me? All right, big smiles. One more time. Boom! Yeah. Nah, I'm good. Thank you. What time is it? Game time.
Well, I'm here.
5:01.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, you got to go home with 2 checks.
Yeah. You made it happen this time.
Are we done?
I was watching that.
You saved the best to last.
Oh no, he's done now. And like I said, that one he made it. And like I said, now he's gonna go through it now. So yeah, but let's go to mission.
Yeah, it was like that last time. I know the smoke was a little bit more.
They need the IV.
Yeah.
Number 1's pretty good.
Yeah. Number 2 is pretty good. I don't know what's the date on
We got to use shadows. I want to back up.
Shadows on this picture.
Okay, everyone got to back up a little with those shadows. There we go. Oh, yeah.
That's a little last one.
No, the last one was the 9.
Sure, I'll see you in a little bit.
Yep. You got a key.
Was it, did you have to do the auto one?
I know, right?
How was it, dude? Well, we ran.
So you're having full weight on it?
We ran the car heavy. Because XDR is heavy, so we just ran the strategy. Like all these things set up for New Jersey. What just happened? You're good. We get you. Get you down the track.
Couple of times.
Andy said that the year before. You'll get it. What it is that you
This
spend that weekend better than Ray race and then
No, that's good.
I got the checks.
I knew you were going to take pictures of me.
Thank you guys. All right. Everybody safe trips home.
Congratulations, you guys.
Boom. They're waiting on me. Sorry about that. Oh, now I have a thing because Neil had the audio on. All right, there we go. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you staying tuned in for the Winner Circle ceremonies here at Streetcar Super Nationals. I know last year, well, none of you would have saw it. It was on Flow. We did interviews, but this time just letting you guys watch all of the Winner Circle ceremonies. We appreciate all of your support. Want to thank Holly and Molly Motorsport, as well as all of our other sponsors, including Redline Synthetic Oil, Titanium Auto Group, of course, the fine folks over at Gateway Classic Cars. Those guys were awesome to work with this weekend. Artex Racing, RPM Roll Bars, D. Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, Hayward Homes, and Summit Racing Equipment. This has been a heck of an event. I want to thank Neil and Les for manning everything. We've been up here packing things up and getting stuff ready to go. And that is it. Thanks to Mel Roth and Heather Roth and all the racers that came out this year. Means the world to us to be back here at Streetcar Super Nationals in Vegas. And looking forward to 2025, the 21st year. We're going to start another couple of decades worth of racing right here. And we'll be live at bangshift.com. So again, thank you so much, everybody. We appreciate you guys being a part of it. And we will see you next time. I don't know what our next event is, actually. We might be somewhere this next weekend. I'll keep you posted. We shall see later.